Chapter 1694. Will this really work? Lotus Sun was skeptical about Kamiya Yoshiko's plan. Regardless of whether this method was feasible or not, no matter how well she hid herself, Wang Ling would still be able to see through her at a glance. In the past, when she didn't know how strong Wang Ling was, she might have given it a try. But now that she knew Wang Ling's true strength, trying it again would just be asking for trouble. Not necessarily. There might be a chance. Monk Jin Deng knew what her concerns were, and he couldn't help smiling. Miss Rong is still worried that you'll be seen through. But if we work together, we might be able to deceive everyone. Actually, the monk didn't really want to help her, but wanted to see if there really was a way to hide it from Wang Ling. Challenging Wang Ling was Monk Golden Lamp's daily routine. Even if he couldn't win in terms of raw strength, the monk still wanted to challenge him in other aspects. Although it was said that a monk shouldn't have a competitive heart, the monk didn't think that it was competitive. It was clearly the desire to improve himself because he was brave enough to take on challenges. But whether or not he had the right to challenge her depended on Lotus Sunday. On the side, Audjua, Zhou Zi, and Lupi Toad all vaguely felt that this didn't sound very reliable, but it was clear that they couldn't stop Lotus Sun's birthday surprise. What happened next was that one dared to speak, and the other dared to listen. Then Senior, what should I do? Lotus Sun asked. If we want to keep this a secret, we need to do it in 3 ways. Monk Golden Lamp suggested, first, we need to divert attention. Like Miss Yoshiko said, give him enough crispy noodle snacks. That way, Ling Jinren's attention won't be on the big gift box that Miss Rong is in. That makes sense. Senior, please continue. Lotus Sun believed him. Secondly, we need to make an issue of the packaging. When the time comes, this penniless monk will personally help Miss Rong. Miss Rong only needs to use the golden talismans blessed by this poor monk and stick them all over her body. Although I probably won't be able to fool Ling Jinren, I can at least resist him for a while. Monk Jin Deng came up with a plan. Then, the most important point is Ling Jinren's King's Eye. With the King's Eye, he has the ability to separate the false from the true, and any disguise is useless. Hence, I'll need Brother Zhua's help with this. Me? Pointing at himself, the expression on his face gradually turned savage. Ha ha ha. Sure. How can I help you? This was not the first time he, as a disciple, had cheated his master. In any case, it was to foster a relationship between Wang Ling and Lotus Sun, so he was naturally duty-bound to do this. I remember that Brother Zhua has the King's Eye sharing mechanism. Then, the moment Ling Jinren received the gift, could he use the shared King's Eye ability to temporarily turn off its passive ability? It's a passive ability that prevents you from removing the false from the true. The monk said, of course. You don't need to resist for too long. A few minutes is enough. This, rubbing his chin, he frowned and said, I've never tried this before. I don't know if it'll work. Does this count as deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors? Brother Zhua, are you thinking too much? How could this be considered as deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors? It's obviously a beautiful story of marriage. I see. Zhua nodded. Alright, I'll try. Seeing a group of people discussing their future plans so seriously, Kwamiya Ryoko began to regret her suggestion. Regarding the gift, she had only mentioned it casually. How could she have known that Lotus Sun was trying everything out of desperation? She really believed it. She didn't know why, but she had a bad feeling. At night, after returning to the staff apartment, Zhua immediately drafted an acceptance plan for Battlesec's official takeover of the technology city in the realm of illusion this time. His position in Battlesect was special. In addition to his position as a guest elder, he was also one of Battlesec's ministers. Currently, Battlesect was divided into 8 divisions, and Zhua's 8th division was mainly responsible for 3 things: supervising the sect's overall discipline, coordinating the sect's future direction, and planning current development plans. To put it bluntly, in online terms, it could be summed up as dog management plus dog planning. Was Battle Sect attacking the technology city in advance this time? Reporting it without approval was in fact a violation of the rules. So in this case, Audra needed to emphasize the salient point in the plan. The danger of this technology city, he would report it to Huaxiao Alliance after making it an emergency evacuation. And there could only be two subsequent outcomes. One was that after Battle Sect completed the connection, Huaxiao Alliance would take over the technology city. First, that was for Battle Sect to take over and smoothly expand. Of course, was it one more technology city or one less technology city? This wasn't important to Battle Sect at the moment. Battle Sect was now the #1 sect. They had a strong army and were powerful. What they needed to do wasn't to blindly become stronger, but to find a way to stabilize their current position. Thus, as the head of Battle Sect's 8 divisions, Audra naturally had to ensure that nothing went wrong. Of course, in addition to this acceptance plan, Audra also had another plan, which was to take Zhou Zi in as a disciple. After this incident, Audra felt that Zhou Zi was already fully qualified to become his disciple based on his outstanding performance. Now, all that was missing was a nod from Wang Ling. Li Xian and Zhang Zijin were among the first batch of people to go back. They had heard about Wang Ling's birthday, but they didn't care much about Lotus Sun's plan. They were more concerned about what they should give Wang Ling regarding this point. Both of them had a tacit understanding that no one had more authority to speak than the person they were about to meet. In Wang Ming's private research institute, the two of them followed the instructions of his brainwave clone in the technology city and handed the memory chip to Wang Ming himself. The moment he saw the chip, Wang Ming knew what had happened, and he couldn't help smiling as he pinched it. So that's how it is. He copied his memories from the technology city. That's very much like my clone's style. That Mr. Ming from the technology city said that there are important research materials inside. After all, my opponent is that legendary immemorial being, the man who mastered core technology in ancient times. It will naturally be helpful for my research. Wang Ming couldn't help sighing when he said this. It's just that it's a pity. Li Xian looked at Wang Ming. Mr. Ming, are you referring to that Shouchong? Wang Ming nodded. I heard that after he was captured, he was split up, and the heartless ancestor's disciple fused that sent into his brain. That's right. Zhang Zijin nodded and said, it's a pity that Brother Li Xian and I arrived too late, otherwise we might have been able to save him. It's all fate. Wang Ming sighed, then directly inserted the chip in his hand into a helmet-shaped decomposer, and then put the helmet on his head. Then, let's see what kind of useful information I have on the other side. Chapter 1695. All along, Wang Ling had a faint intuition that while some of the major events that had happened recently seemed to have come to an end, they might not have truly been resolved yet. The dark forces behind the scenes might be plotting a counterattack plan, and they might form a hemp rope to deal with him. It sounded a little scary. It even made him a little flustered. However, this panic was not for himself, but for his family. It was true that he was very strong, but Father and Mother Wang were at the end of the day ordinary little cultivators who hadn't even reached the foundation establishment stage. As for his little sister Wang Nuan, she was even more of a little girl who hadn't formally developed yet. Although it was important to accumulate combat experience, he was still in the growth stage. It would not be good if little girl Nuan fought too many times. According to teacher Luo Xiang, letting little girl Nuan continue to fight might constitute the crime of employing child labor to do dangerous labor. Wang Ling felt that he couldn't afford to be accused of this. Thus, he felt that it was necessary to make various preparations. Not for himself, but for his family. It was clearly not enough to have a few soul transformation monsters guarding the house. If Father and Mother Wang went out, they might run into other dangers. It was precisely because of this that Wang Ling hadn't cancelled Father Wang's Qilin arm which he had enchanted the last time. Everyone knew that this pair of Qilin arms had transformed into a Qilin maid. One of them was called Kato. One was called Eagle. It was now intelligently controlled and had a very strong learning ability. Through watching martial arts videos in movies, it had absorbed all kinds of combat experience. Wang Ling heard that Father Wang's inch punch had been very powerful recently. Every punch landed on flesh and his hand's speed was extremely fast. It was almost no different from that martial arts star in the movie, and even seemed to surpass him at one point. Of course, this was an effect that could only be achieved when the Qilin arm was activated. Under normal circumstances, the Qilin arm would be invisible. On one hand, it was to prevent the Qilin maid transformed by the Qilin arm from destroying the harmonious relationship between husband and wife. On the other hand, it was to prevent Father Wang from accidentally breaking the keyboard when he was typing. Therefore, only in life-threatening situations would the Qilin arm be triggered and activated automatically. All in all, compared with Mother Wang, Father Wang still had a certain level of self-defense. But overall, it was still not enough. The enemies they were facing now were no longer the arrogant bugs in the corners of Earth. Every single one of them was a universe-level big shot, a being from the old days faction, an ancient being. When encountering these people, he had to be well prepared in all aspects. When Wang Nuan had been born, the grave god had wanted to do something to Mother Wang, which had actually given Wang Ling a very important revelation. He felt that it was time to pay attention to his parents. It was Friday, December 26th. For the first time ever, Wang Ling took the day off and didn't go to school. It was clearly his birthday today, but he was worrying about the safety of his parents and the comprehensive defense of the Wang family's small villa. Father and Mother Wang were very touched. Because it was Wang Ling's birthday, he had actually thought of giving them presents. Although the present was a pair of long johns, to be honest, he had been inspired by Zhou Zi. In order to protect Zhou Zi from danger during this trip to the technology city this time, Shua had put on layer after layer the long johns he had given Zhou Zi. It directly turned Zhou Zi into a Michelin tire. However, the results were surprisingly good. For Father and Mother Wang, who had no defense ability, long johns were indeed the best choice. Of course, he had made some new improvements to the long johns that had been gifted to him this time. It had been upgraded to version 5.0. The new improvements were as follows: 1. Version 5.0 of the long johns will have the same defense as 10 normal sets of long johns. 2. You don't need to worry about your hands and feet being tied up. With one set, you can directly lock down all parts of your body for thorough protection. 3. In the event of an emergency, you can activate a stand-in attack mode. When the time comes, the long johns will summon a powerful stand-in bodyguard to protect you from all sides. Then there was the backyard and the front yard of the Wang family's small villa. After returning from the technology city, Wang Ling had also brought back 096, which had recognized Anwan as its master, and it was currently being kept in the backyard. 096 had originally been a humanoid rabbit-eared creature. Wang Ling had taught it how to change its appearance so that it could transform into a cute rabbit. It was only the size of a teacup, snow white, and looked harmless, but from the way it covered its face, it could still be seen that it was 096. That was to say, the Wang family now had Loopy Toad in the front yard and 096 in the back. A dog and a rabbit as security guards, this arrangement was unheard of. What about the feed? Loopy Toad asked at that moment. Compared with 096, Loopy Toad had Dopigua to provide it with private messages at regular intervals. Furthermore, after becoming a divine beast, in addition to ordinary private messages, it could also absorb the power of chaos to replenish itself. But 096 was different. In theory, this type of host creature was also a product of chaos, but in the eyes of chaos, it was a mistake born out of chaos. Thus, its attribute was actually a little strange. It wasn't compatible with chaos, and the power of chaos couldn't provide 096 with normal energy supplements. But Wang Ling had already anticipated this. He took out a grass seed from his pocket and planted it directly in the backyard. This grass seed startled 096 and Loopy Toad at the same time. It's actually sky tomb grass. Loopy Toad was completely dumbfounded. Wang Ling nodded. This sky tomb grass seed had been given to him by Leng Ming. Loopy toad itself was a manifestation of sky tomb grass, so it naturally had some seeds. The principle was similar to how Sun Wukong plucked out his hair to make other monkeys appear. The key point was that sky tomb grass was different from ordinary grass. It wasn't a product of chaos, but could grow infinitely by absorbing chaos, spirit energy, primordial chi, and other kinds of energy. As long as it had enough energy, it would be a perpetual motion machine that could continuously grow taller. It was definitely enough for 096 to use as fodder. As for its growth, Wang Ling had also prepared a chaos sprinkler. The space inside the sprinkler was connected to the universe, and it would absorb the power of chaos from the universe at regular intervals. 096 couldn't absorb the power of chaos to replenish its own energy, so it could use this chaos sprinkler to water the sky tomb grass first. Once it was fertilized, it could directly harvest it as fodder. Of course, apart from Loopy Toad and 096, the fortifications outside the Wang family's small villa clearly weren't enough. So Wang Ling also took out a pair of red paintings from his Wang Zhibao pants and stuck them on the back and front courtyards. On the painting was a pair of bearded old men. They looked a bit like the old K from poker cards. It was a common type of defensive magic equipment. Under normal circumstances, the creatures sealed in the painting were a bit like ghosts. However, these ghosts had been processed and purified by humans and had been tamed to the point of obedience. Take this pair of paintings that Wang Ling had taken out as an example. This magic treasure was called Unparalleled Nation Knight. One of the old men in the painting carried a missile launcher and the other a Gatling gun, and they looked very mighty and majestic. The most important thing was that apart from the painting, there was actually a couplet on it. It read, "Sweep the spear in all directions, cripple the demon. Bombard the exquisite flying tiger." Chapter 1696. Wang Ling heaved a long sigh of relief after the external fortifications were completed. This way, as long as Father and Mother Wang stayed in the house when the enemy attacked, they would be safe. The Wang family's small villa was now like a cannon, and the word tyrannical could be used to describe it. No matter who it was, they would be able to beat him to a pulp, beat him to a pulp, beat him to a pulp, beat him to a pulp. Throughout the entire process, Anwan obediently lay on Wang Ling's shoulder and watched. This little girl liked to stick to him, and this was the first time Wang Ling had felt a different kind of emotion from Wang Nuan when she touched someone else. He actually didn't reject her, which was the most incredible thing to him. But in fact, it didn't take long for Wang Ling to figure it out in his own way. Because little girl Nuan was his blood sister and one of the most important people to him, he wouldn't reject her. The most important people. Thinking about this, Wang Ling felt like he was thinking about something completely new on his birthday this year. For a very long time, he had never thought about other people's affairs. But now, when he realized how important the people around him were, he suddenly felt the need to protect these important people. These people should not only be referring to his family. He had to admit that he was a little conflicted now. Because according to his usual logic, it was as if these people didn't exist that he could enjoy the kind of tranquil and peaceful life he yearned for. But now, that kind of life seemed to be getting further and further away from him. And he was also becoming more and more used to it. As evening approached, more than 10 familiar figures approached the Wang family's small villa. They were divided into two groups, one was led by Super Chen, and the other was led by Odd Zhua. As Wang Ling's best brother at number 60 high school, there was no reason not to give him a birthday present. For this reason, whether it was Super Chen, Hero Gua, or Little Peanut, they had already prepared their gifts. Earlier, the class had also drawn up a list of Wang Ling's gifts. Super Chen had asked around in private, and Wang Ling had then compiled the list and sent it to Wang Ling. Because of Wang Ling's reticence, there weren't many people who were on good terms with him. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have received too many gifts. But the list this time was surprisingly generous. Why are there so many people? When Hero Gua saw the full list, he was a little dumbfounded. Because a lot of people hear that Wang Ling is a mascot. In a sense, giving a gift to a mascot is a tribute that can increase one's luck, Little Peanut said. That's true, but in reality, the situation is more complicated than we thought. Complicated? Didn't you see that there are a lot of people from other classes on the gift list? They don't usually have anything to do with Wang Ling, so why would they give him gifts for no reason? Yes. How strange. Super Chin spread his hands and said, it's not strange at all. I think it's very likely that these people have also joined the Grey Church. Hero Gua and Little Peanut nodded at almost the same time. They might not believe what other people said, but Super Chen's mouth was real. He had to believe it. Of course, although there were many people who gave gifts, the gifts themselves were not that expensive. They were all high school students, so what they gave was just a thought. Not everyone could give an aircraft carrier as a gift like Lotus Sun's family. Thus, after school that day, Super Chen, Hero Gua and Little Peanut directly delivered the gifts to the entrance of the Wang family's small villa. They had thought that Lotus Sun would also come, but to their surprise, she actually refused the invitation and directly disappeared as soon as the students left. Super Chen felt that it wasn't that Lotus Sun didn't want to give Wang Ling a gift, but that she clearly had her own reasons. It was just that he didn't know what on earth she wanted to do. Given Huaguo Water Curtain Group's financial resources, there was nothing in the world that money couldn't buy. But Super Chen felt that Lotus Sun definitely wouldn't want to give such an insincere gift. Hero Gua, what do you think Lotus Sun will give Wang Ling? She won't directly give him a house, right? If she directly gives him a house, then oh my god, I'll have to work so hard for so many years. Probably not a house. This gift is too expensive, Wang Ling might not accept it, Little Peanut said. Also, this kind of gift is very tacky. For rich people, a house isn't a house at all, it's just a playing card. When I went to number 59 high school for the exchange meet earlier, I saw with my own eyes 3 girls use their property certificates to play fight the landlord. A straight flush from 1 ring to 9 rings, have you ever seen it before? Hearing this, Super Chen and Hero Gua turned pale with shock. They had no idea this kind of operation existed at all. After a few minutes of silence, Super Chen said again, I also don't think Lotus Sun will give him a house, it's too outrageous. It's not like she's getting married. Even if she's giving him a house, she has to think of a way to give herself away first. Hero Gua and Little Peanut understood once more. It turned out that Lotus Sun wanted to give herself away. Elsewhere, another group of people led by Zhuo approached the Wang family's small villa from a different direction. Lotus Sun had been very nervous along the way. It had taken her a lot of time to order the special crispy noodle snacks last night, and it hadn't been easy for her to make it in time. Of course, the most important thing was actually the gift box that contained her present, which Lotus Sun had taken a long time to choose. She had arranged to meet the courier who would deliver the gift box in front of the Wang family's small villa at this time, and everything else had already been arranged. Masteress, you don't have to be so nervous. You have to relax a little, that way I can also relax a little. Chua comforted her. Later, when your gift box is delivered along with the crispy noodle snacks, I'll do my best to break the king's eye's ability to separate the false from the true. He was really nervous. After all, this kind of behavior was indeed a little like deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors. Who's your masteress? Lotus Sun blushed and hurriedly cast a cooling spell on herself. After she calmed down a little, her willowy eyebrows furrowed slightly again. Because the person delivering the gift box hadn't arrived yet. She, on the other hand, was ready. Just as they had planned at the beginning, Monk Jean Deng had prepared a lot of blessed golden talismans for her, and she just had to crawl into the gift box and then stick them all over her body. Chua knew that Lotus Sun had put a lot of effort into the custom-made gift box. After all, there had to be a person in the gift box. But when they had gone shopping yesterday, for some reason, most of the surprise gift boxes that contained people looked like coffins, so in the end, Lotus Sun had no choice but to go the custom-made route. Chua heard that Lotus Sun had asked a skilled craftsman to tailor-make this gift box. It didn't look like a coffin at all, and was very artistic. Is it that little brother in the red hat? At that moment, Audiobook saw a courier little brother in the distance. Pulling a large box, he slowly rode over on an electric three-wheeled motorcycle from afar. Through the king's eye, Audiobook could easily see what the custom-made gift box looked like inside the box. Then, he sucked in a cold breath. Hiss, this gift box, chic was indeed chic. It was made of metal and had perfect curves. It indeed didn't look like a coffin at all, and had been completely custom-made for Lotus Sunday. But the problem was, this damn gift box was in the shape of a person. Chapter 1697. On Wang Ling's birthday, Wang Ming had initially wanted to give him the detailed concept of the first version of the new talisman. He planned to call it the Talisman of Eternity, and privately thought that it was the best gift he could give so far. Compared with all those fancy things that money could buy, only the design and development of the Talisman of Eternity could bring Wang Ling eternal happiness. A lot of people had different definitions of happiness. So for Wang Ling, what on earth was happiness? As a brother, Wang Ming felt that he had thought this through thoroughly. For Wang Ling, happiness was simple and ordinary. He especially hoped that one day, he could personally tell Wang Ling, "Congratulations, Lingzi, you can finally live a normal life." But there was still a long way to go before he could realize this vision. After analyzing the memory chip he had brought from the illusory land of nothingness through a specialized analysis helmet, Wang Ming suddenly felt his brain and body sink into a long-lost fatigue. Logically speaking, given his brain capacity, it shouldn't have been a problem at all for him to process this short-term memory, but now he actually felt like he was in a trance, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. When he got up, his body swayed and he almost knocked over the coffee on the table. Jia Yin darted forward and steadied him. "Don't push yourself too hard." "I didn't." Wang Ming said weakly, his face deathly pale. He was a little uncomfortable, but he didn't know why. It was just analyzing data, how could he be so tired out? Could it be the crystal card? Wang Ming vaguely sensed that something wasn't right, and he hurriedly grabbed Li Xian's hand. "Senior Li Xian, let me ask you, who else touched this crystal card?" "Mr. Ming gave it to us, and no one else touched it," Li Xian replied. "Then who saw it while it was being made?" "Brother Zidao and I used the small corpse picture that Ling Jinren gave us to seal the remaining shelter creatures, and we didn't see how the crystal card was made," Li Xian answered truthfully. After saying this, Wang Ming instantly had a bad feeling. If there was no one to accompany and witness the process of making the crystal card, then the situation would be very thought-provoking. At that moment, Wang Ming's thoughts were in a mess. With a headache, he placed Jia Yin's, Li Xian's, and Zhang Zipei's hands on top of each other, and then held them himself. "Yinzi, Senior Li Xian, Senior Zhang Zipei, what I'm going to say next is very important. Please remain calm after hearing what I have to say. Mr. Ming, please speak your mind. We will listen to Mr. Ming's arrangement. It's like this. I suspect that my brain has been implanted with a consciousness. To put it simply, you can think of this consciousness as a virus in a computer program." "Consciousness? What will happen to Mr. Ming?" "It's hard to say. This consciousness is very strong. I've already tried to use my own power to cleanse it, but it's useless." Wang Ming said, "And now, the worst-case scenario is that I might become a completely different person. Then what should we do?" At that moment, Jia Yin composed herself and looked at Wang Ming. Wang Ming instantly smiled bitterly. "Why don't you cry? I'm already like this. Moreover, if I become another person, I might not be able to change back. What's the use of crying? I believe you have a solution. Moreover, you must change back." At that moment, Jia Yin held Wang Ming's head. "Wang Ming, you must always remember. If you can't change back, it is very likely that you will be arranged into the legendary Taoran plot." Wang Ming, Jia Yin's explanation was too terrifying, and Wang Ming was instantly enlightened. As it turned out, This obsession to avoid being turned into a Tauren played a huge role in the subsequent progress. On the other side, Audiobook and Lotus Sun were still at a loss over this shocking humanoid gift box in front of them. The courier in charge of delivering the gift box was provided by the merchant. In the face of the customer's dissatisfaction, the courier was slightly helpless. Miss Sun, this gift box was completely customized according to your requirements. The key is that it really doesn't look like a coffin at all. Moreover, it looked very exquisite. The workmanship is excellent. Moreover, our boss knows that Miss Sun wants to give it to her boyfriend as a surprise. No, he's not, he will be in the future. Our gift box took the boss an entire night to make, and he's very proud of it. When you open it, there's a hidden compartment, and it even comes with a baby bed. The courier little brother rubbed his hands together. Their boss had actually already taken this step into account. No girl could resist the thought of loving the person she liked for the rest of her life and then having babies. Often, it only took a few design elements related to babies to increase the overflowing maternal instincts of these girls. This was the general trend. It was precisely because of this that there were more and more mother fans these days. Sure enough, after hearing this, Lotus Sun couldn't hold back anymore and immediately made up her mind. No need to say any more, I'll buy it. Audiobook. Thus, 10 minutes later, Audiobook delivered a truck of limited edition crispy noodle snacks and a humanoid gift box to the entrance of the Wang family's small villa. Mother Wang, who had come out to help sign for the gifts, was startled. Little Joie, these are gifts for Shifu, but I'm not the one giving them. I'm just in charge of escorting them, Audiobook said as he wiped at his sweat. Ai, just come, you don't have to give anything, you're too polite. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Mother Wang focused all her attention on this very distinctive humanoid gift box on the side. Audiobook immediately became nervous. Don't be anxious, let me explain, little Josie, you don't need to explain. Mother Wang was dazed for a long while before she shook her head. Children are all grown up, it's easy to hold it in during growth and development, so it's normal for them to need their own outlet. It's not like that, Auntie, I know. Ling Ling's situation is special, and normal people definitely can't take it, so this must be specially made, right? Special materials won't spoil so easily. Audiobook dropped his forehead into his hand, feeling like he couldn't explain himself at all. This really isn't, I understand, little Josie. Thank you for being so thoughtful. No, Auntie, this really isn't inflatable sandbag? That material is too lousy. Oh, so Auntie was talking about a sandbag, then it's fine. Chapter 1698. After successfully delivering the box, this seemingly harmless courier little brother quickly pedaled away from the Wang family's small villa on his tricycle. After driving the tricycle to a remote corner, he dialed a number. The person on the other end of the line said something to him, and the little brother quickly replied, Yes, boss. The custom-made gift box has arrived. Oh, that is to say, I have to find another body, right? Then I have to directly abandon this body. I see. Do you want me to make it look like a car accident? Don't worry, boss, this subordinate will definitely do it properly. After hanging up the phone, the courier little brother's pupils quickly dimmed, and then split into tentacles. He rode the tricycle to the nearest road and magnified his perception. After searching for several minutes, he finally fixed his target on a Tesla hybrid electric and spirit power vehicle that was driving over on autopilot from afar. A family of 3 was happily sitting in the back seat of the vehicle, and he sped up on the tricycle. Bang! A loud bang. The vehicle collided with a huge explosion. With his body burning in flames, he jumped on the tricycle, lifted the roof, and saw a man and a woman whose faces had been disfigured from the collision tightly hugging an unconscious girl. Everything was as he had expected. At this moment, human kinship played a crucial role. The little girl, who was only 10 years old, was immediately protected by her parents after the collision and did not die. And this was the result he wanted to see. Mission accomplished. He couldn't help curling his lips, and an invisible golden light separated from his body and attached itself to the little girl's body. From the next moment onwards, he was no longer himself. Her name was Qin Xiaomu. She was the sole survivor of a car accident with a courier little brother. At the same time, she was one of the great old ones who had continuously attached themselves to human consciousness on Earth. She was the same as the ultimate hunter among the great old ones. This group also had an exclusive code name. It was called Thought Plague. On the other side, Wang Ling had received a lot of birthday presents. Super Chen, Hero Gua, and Little Peanut had actually arrived first. After handing over the presents to Wang Ling, the three of them sneaked into the house as if they had secrets to tell Wang Ling. Wang Ling was dazed when he heard Super Chen's words. Do you know, Wang Ling? I think Lotus Sun wants to give herself to you. It wouldn't have mattered if someone else had said this, but when Super Chen said it, a bead of sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. You want to give yourself to him? There was no need for that. How could he accept a living person as a gift? Most importantly, he felt that Lotus Sun was useless and not as delicious as crispy noodle snacks. In addition, Wang Ling had no intention of dating at all. If he accepted this gift, what if he was misunderstood? These were all questions he had to consider. As the saying went, a rabbit didn't eat the grass near its burrow. Wang Ling had never felt that their high school relationship was reliable, and he felt that Lotus Sun had still been hot-headed for the moment. Furthermore, his attitude toward her was purely that of friendship, and it was impossible for him to consider long-term development at this stage. No, not just at this stage, but also in the future. Wang Ling, since we're already here, we should take things as they come. She's already so obvious, so you'll just accept it. Hero Gua said. Don't worry, we brothers will definitely support you fully. But isn't it a little too introverted to fall in love now? Old Pan won't be happy, said Little Peanut. She's a pedantic old fogey, Hero Gua retorted. Besides, how can this be called dating? It's clearly called promoting friendship. Wang Ling and Lotus Sun are in the process of promoting friendship, waiting for each other to grow up. Wang Ling, what F*** King waiting for each other to grow up? Ling Ling, Miss Lotus has brought you a birthday present. You have to thank her properly later. Let's go out for dinner or something. At that moment, Mother Wang brought Lotus Sun's birthday present to Wang Ling. He was very satisfied with a pile of custom-made crispy noodle snacks in a giant gift box. Next to this gift box was a human-shaped gift box, which made Wang Ling want to return it. The weather's pretty good today, Wang Ling. Happy birthday to you. We'll take our leave first. Super Chen was already grinning from ear to ear in his heart. He hurriedly patted Hero Gua and Little Peanut on the shoulders and practically chased them out of Wang Ling's room before quickly disappearing. It could be said that Super Chen's insight wasn't bad. Wang Ling felt that if he really liked Lotus Sun, Super Chen's move would definitely be the most powerful assistant. To be honest, Wang Ling had planned to directly send Lotus Sun back, but when he saw this human-shaped gift box, he felt that something wasn't right. Don't bother. The secondary eye's anti-control ability is ineffective. Wang Ling glanced out the window and spoke telepathically to Audiobook, who was lying in ambush outside the villa. He had been waiting outside the Wang family's small villa for an opportunity to act, but hadn't expected to sense Wang Ling's dead fish eyes staring at him from his room on the second floor. For a moment, Audiobook felt a little disappointed. As expected of Shifu, his insight was unparalleled, but from Wang Ling's tone just now, Audiobook had sensed some seriousness. Could it be that there was something wrong with the gift box? Given Shifu's temper, if he had already known that the gift box contained his mistress, he would have directly sent her back without even opening the box. But now, Wang Ling hadn't done that. Audiobook suddenly realized what the problem was. He immediately went upstairs and saw Lord Ma and Loopy Toad sitting around the human-shaped gift box as they examined it. What on earth is going on? Audiobook asked. There's something wrong with the gift box. Miss Rong can't come out, Loopy Toad said. Chua, how is that possible? Loopy Toad, someone has tampered with the gift box. It will explode when opened, and the force of the explosion won't be small, so I'm afraid a lot of innocent people will be affected. In addition, the explosion may cause cosmic energy radiation, which will cause irreversible damage. Looking at what we've seen so far, it's probably the work of those old rulers. The god of the grave. It could be him, or it could be his followers, Loopy Toad said. Of course, little Master Ling told me all this. You can't open it by force? If you do, Miss Rong may suffer unbearable pain. Even if she can be resurrected, there's no guarantee that her soul will remain intact under the intense pain. Loopy Toad said, of course, apart from that, there are also crispy noodle snacks in the gift box, which are all custom-made, out-of-print flavors. It would be a pity if they exploded. Jua, it seemed that this was the main reason why they couldn't open it by force. Then what do we do now? Jua asked. Loopy Toad, we can only let Lord Ma try first and see if he can somehow send Miss Rong out of the box alone. Chapter 1699. Using the teleportation spell to locate the target, Lord Ma's mood at that moment was extremely complicated and extremely nervous. As a man in love, he actually had a feeling that this man next to him said that he wanted to save crispy noodles and acted like a role model for our generation, but in fact, the one he really wanted to save was Lotus Sundae. It was just that he didn't say it out loud because of his personality. He didn't know if his intuition was right, but rescuing Lotus Sun had impressively become his #1 mission, and it was very obvious that he could only succeed, he couldn't fail. If he couldn't save her, he felt that he was probably going to die. As a toilet bowl that had been used by the men of the Wang family in turn, and the only man who had seen the buttocks of the men of the Wang family, he was now the strongest among the gremlins who had been enlightened, and the only gremlin who had formed an ill-fated relationship with the cosmic god tree. For the first time, Lord Ma had a serious attitude as if he were performing surgery, and transported a specific person. The next second, there was a flash of light, and next to Wang Ling, Lord Ma, who was covered in cold sweat, instantly disappeared, to be replaced by a soft body covered in talismans. Because she had been in the human-shaped gift box for too long, and also because she had overheard the conversation outside, she had been a little nervous, causing Lotus Sun to feel a little short of oxygen. Now that she had been rescued by Lord Ma, her legs immediately turned to jelly. At first, she was going to fall toward Jua, but he didn't intend to help her up at all. Instead, he secretly used the gravitation spell to turn Lotus Sun around, and she instantly fell on Wang Ling. Lotus Sun, Wang Ling, the two of them looked at each other in dismay. Only Lotus Sun's face heated up, and she hurriedly let go. At that moment, Jua walked over with a natural expression on his face as if nothing had happened. That's great, Miss Lotus is fine. But it seems that this matter hasn't been resolved yet. It was true that Lord Ma had saved Lotus Sundae. But in fact, this couldn't be called saving. Because Lord Ma had taken advantage of the fact that the gift box hadn't been paying attention to take his place. He had ensured that there was always a person lying inside the human-shaped gift box, so that it wouldn't explode. Of course, this was also the best method that Lord Ma had chosen after comprehensive consideration. He could save Lotus Sun and shift the risk to himself. He was just a toilet bowl, even if the gift box exploded in the end, he wouldn't feel any pain. Wang Ling fully acknowledged Lord Ma's performance. Unlike ordinary human cultivators, it was Wang Ling who bestowed the souls of the gremlins they enlightened. Therefore, Lord Ma's move of exchanging a leopard cat for a crown prince, swapping himself in would make things much easier. Wang Ying cooperated well. He had been watching on the side for a long time, and knew what Wang Ling was thinking at the moment. He immediately took this humanoid gift box and used the warp shrinking technique to get far away from Earth to another corner of the universe. This was the place where Wang Ying and Sun Yinger often played the planet wall tapping technique. God knows how many spirits of planets have been harmed by him. Therefore, it was the most suitable time to detonate it. In any case, these planet spirits would be repaired by him in the future. Bang! A few seconds later, a huge explosion came from the depths of the universe. A huge mushroom cloud appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a powerful explosion that extended for several light years, blasting everything in its surroundings into pieces. Cultivators below the Tao God realm couldn't hear it. Wang Ling's ears twitched as he looked in a certain direction in the air. Following his line of sight, he saw that it was the location of the explosion. The scale of the explosion was bigger than Wang Ling had actually expected. This was because the spirits of the planets had also been detonated at the same time, resulting in a chain of explosions that were like toppling dominoes, instantly increasing the range and power of the explosion to an even greater level. It was hard to imagine what kind of destruction it would cause if something of this scale happened on Earth. It was likely that the entire solar system would vanish. And no ordinary person could set up this kind of method. Then, Wang Ying returned with Lord Ma, who had been repaired in an instant. Lord Ma had personally experienced the explosion. Although he was the most senior of the gremlins, his face clearly didn't look too good. He shuddered slowly, still feeling some lingering fear. He had never experienced an explosion of this scale before. If it hadn't been for the special nature of enlightened gremlins, it would have been difficult for him to survive. Teacher Ma, what on earth happened? Odd Chua imitated the tone of a very popular ghost animal video recently, but Wang Ling rolled his eyes at him. Shifu, don't blame me. I just wanted to liven up the atmosphere. Odd Chua smiled awkwardly. Sorry, Lord Ma, it's all because of me. Lotus Sun blamed herself a little. This has nothing to do with Miss Rong. Even if it had been someone else lying in the gift box, the other party would have done the same. It was just that Miss Rong happened to be being used. Lord Ma thought for a bit and said, also, this kind of method isn't something an ordinary person can do. Master asked for leave today to specially build fortifications at home in order to prepare for a rainy day and defend against external enemies. I never thought that these people would actually move so quickly. Which people? Lotus Sun asked. The ones we dealt with before. They were at least at the cosmic level, Lord Ma replied. But didn't Wang Ling already, since they're cosmic level figures, they must have their own way of resurrecting, they won't be so easily wiped out. Even a speck of ash could be the key to their resurrection. Then their strength must have been greatly reduced, Lotus Sun said. That's right. But if these defeated people band together and plan to deal with them together, it'll still be a little troublesome. Lord Ma sighed and said, when you find a pile of cockroaches crawling all over the floor in the kitchen, there will always be fish that slip through the net with one slap. But if you blow up the kitchen, you might bring disaster to yourself and even your neighbors. Hearing this, Lotus Sun nodded slightly. She knew that this kind of thing wouldn't be easy to deal with, especially for Wang Ling, who had to be cautious in all aspects. Then, is there anything I can do to help now? Lotus Sun asked. It's very simple. At that moment, Loopy Toad jumped onto the table and looked at Lotus Sun as it said, you just need to protect yourself. Looking at all the signs, they've already set their sights on you. So it's best to upgrade the 6 cores Mysterious Sea. Upgrade, 9 cores. Lotus Sun was astonished. 9 cores Mysterious Sea. With this combat strength, it's enough. Lord Ma also nodded and said, but I also sensed something strange in the explosion just now. At that moment, Lord Ma opened his mouth and a transparent ball of light came out. If your eyesight isn't strong enough, you probably won't be able to see it. I caught this thing in the explosion, and it seems to have the ability to control consciousness. Wang Ling's eyes instantly narrowed. Because he saw a transparent worm wriggling in this transparent ball of light, and it gave off the scent of the old rulers, sure enough, this has something to do with the grave god. Odd Chua frowned. It's very likely that the other party has already infiltrated deep into our midst. Lord Ma said, this worm can control consciousness, so it can also quietly infect human cultivators. Judging from what they know about us, I'm afraid someone important to Lord Ling has already been infected. Chapter 1700. Lord Ma's reasoning was completely logical. Since an infected person was already next to them, they had to be on guard. Wang Ling closed his eyes and used his search ability to communicate with Book of Sage Immortal remotely. Although he had already sent the book out of this universe, he would still occasionally use it as a remote search engine. After giving it away, the noise from Book of Sage Immortal had indeed decreased a lot, and it was a lot more convenient for Wang Ling to read it now. Because of the long-distance telepathic connection, this annoying iPad wouldn't jump in the face as much, and would only give him the answers he wanted. Of course, Wang Ling felt that this could also be Book of Sage Immortal's way of showing weakness. It was probably trying to make amends for its mistakes. Thought Plague. Wang Ling ruminated on this name which he had obtained from Book of Sage Immortal. This was one of the dirtiest characters among the rulers of the old days. By invading someone's consciousness, they could silently control them. It wasn't just human cultivators, but any living creature with a soul and life would be manipulated by them. Furthermore, the most important thing was, the thought plague would constantly change the bodies it had invaded, leaving no trace behind. The final fate of the bodies that it had abandoned would also be clearly arranged, disguised as all kinds of suicides or accidental deaths, so that there was no way to investigate it. But in any case, the seriousness of this matter was enough for Wang Ling to pay attention to it. Based on what was currently known, the thought plague was extremely contagious, especially after switching bodies. Even if the bodies that had been used became corpses, they could also become new sources of infection. This meant that they would leave their seeds in the corpses, and those who came into contact with the seeds would become new infected people. Thus, if this matter wasn't taken seriously, it might spread widely among human cultivators. As the rulers of the old days of the universe, there was currently no way to identify the true bodies of these creatures with the current cultivation methods on Earth. Once they were parasitized, it meant that they would be 100% controlled. So the first thing Wang Ling had to do now was investigate three things. The first was the source of the thought plague. The second was who on Earth had sent these thought plague. The third was who on Earth had been infected, and how to prevent it. This is the basic situation Shifu was talking about. After summarizing Wang Ling's telepathic message, Zhuo verbally relayed the incident to the others in a simple and clear way. Now, as a disciple, he was not only used as a scapegoat, but also for various other purposes. When he said this, Zhuo's mind was filled with a scene from a movie. On a dark, windy, and stormy night, Wang Ling appeared in front of him dressed like a mafia boss and asked him, translate, what? It's a pleasant surprise. In other words, we need to prove our innocence now. Lord Ma asked. Lord Ma, you don't have to. After all, you're an enlightened gremlin. Master can tell at a glance. As for the others, don't even think about escaping. Zhuo smiled and said, how about this, one by one, we'll ask each other questions to prove our innocence. There were no outsiders here except for Zhuo, Lotus Sun, and Loopy Toad. It wasn't Wang Ling's idea to prove his innocence, but Zhuo's own ideas. Wang Ling didn't stop him, and just watched the show. When Zhuo said this, he saw that Lotus Sun's face was bright red, as if it would burn at any moment. How about this, I'll start first. You ask me first, Zhuo said as he looked at Loopy Toad. Loopy Toad reacted quickly. Do you like highlands or flat ground? Zhuo, flat ground. Zhuo, then what's your favorite food? Bone sticks, big meat flies, and so on. Loopy Toad, of course it's bone sticks with big meat flies in the middle. Very good. Proof complete. One man and one dog cooperated very well, and after asking each other questions, they high-fived each other. Lotus Sun, that's it. Zhuo nodded. Of course. Then, Miss Rong, do you want to try? Lotus Sun, I'll try. She had thought that he might ask some tricky questions, so she had been a little worried, but the question just now didn't seem special. So Zhuo looked at her and suddenly asked, if a youngster who looks better than Shifu appears in front of you, will you fall in love with him? Lotus Sun was a little surprised by this question, but she still shook her head with a resolute look in her eyes. Of course not. She had always been very sure. The reason why she liked Wang Ling wasn't because of his face. There were so many good-looking young men, and as the eldest daughter of the Sun family, she could summon them at her beck and call. But only Wang Ling was special to her. Hearing this, Audju's expression was one of triumph as he hurriedly asked, "Why? Is it because you like my Shifu?" Hearing this, Lotus Sun knew it was bad. She had been tricked by Audju again. This bad guy, he only knew how to trick her all day long. He was actually asking questions. Furthermore, it was fine if he kept asking, but he was asking this kind of question, and in front of Wang Ling, how was she supposed to answer? She struggled in her heart, then clenched her teeth and braced herself to deny it. Of course not. Audju was shocked when he heard this. No. So you're fake Miss Rong. Brother Toad, let's go. Lotus Sun instantly panicked and looked at Audju with an expression of admitting defeat. Yes. I like Wang Ling. That's fine, right? She was in a bad mood, and the shame of being forced to confess in front of Wang Ling made her want to find a hole to crawl into. Wang Ling's expression didn't change much when he heard this. The main thing was that Lotus Sun had already confessed a few times before, and he was probably a little used to it. He knew that Audju's love for stirring up trouble was in fact an act of support. But to be honest, Wang Ling felt that it was useless. Because he wouldn't like Lotus Sunday. It was said that there was no such thing as pure friendship between men and women, but Wang Ling felt that this wasn't true at all. He had always felt that he and Lotus Sun had this kind of pure friendship. That was right. It was just friendship. Wang Ling turned his head to look at Lord Ma on the side, and seemed to be giving him some instructions telepathically. Lord Ma immediately understood, and then turned to Lotus Sun and bowed respectfully. Then, Miss Rong, please come with me. Where? Lotus Sun asked. Lord Ma, to upgrade Mysterious Sea, of course. Lord Ling has already made an appointment with Senior Golden Lamp, so Miss Rong just needs to come with me to bring Mysterious Sea over. Once it's upgraded to a 9-core spirit sword, Miss Rong will have the ability to protect herself. You won't have to worry about being threatened by the thought plague. With this kind of sword chi protecting you, it will be very difficult for them to invade you. Chapter 1701. Following Monk Golden Lamp into the mountain of Backtrack, Lotus Sun felt like she was revisiting an old place. The last time she had leveled up in the Mysterious Sea here, it just so happened that she had helped Loopy Toad resolve the chaos catastrophe caused by its advancement from a holy beast to a divine beast. This time, she entered again to complete the upgrade of the 9 cores Mysterious Sea. She was unfamiliar with it the first time, but familiar with it the second time. This time, her mood was much calmer than before. She was just a little worried that she wouldn't be able to control the Mysterious Sea after it was upgraded to 9 cores. Miss Rong, you don't need to be nervous. The success rate for upgrading the 9 cores Mysterious Sea is 100%. Since you've already fused it several times, the subsequent fuses won't be that difficult, Monk Golden Lamp said. As for why Ling Jinren chose this poor monk to bring Miss Rong here, it's mainly to guard against the surge of energy after the Mysterious Sea is upgraded to a 9-core spirit sword. It's definitely very strong, and I'm worried that I won't be able to control it. Lotus Sun frowned slightly. Her strength had been stuck at the peak late foundation establishment stage, and she was only a hair's breadth away from the golden core stage. Although her battle strength with the Mysterious Sea was far more than that, she couldn't improve her basic realm, and controlling the Mysterious Sea had always been a problem. Just like equipment in games, equipment had a level limit, and if a character's level wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to bear the additional attributes of powerful equipment. If she didn't control it properly, it wouldn't just be dangerous for herself, but also for the people around her. This wasn't what Lotus Sun wanted to see. While she was letting her imagination run wild, Tyrant suddenly laughed. Miss Rong, you're thinking too much. Although I've told you before to use Mysterious Sea's power cautiously, I don't think it's worth it. Although this poor monk has said before that Miss Rong should be cautious in using the Mysterious Sea's power, you don't need to worry about controlling it. But isn't it usually? That's true in normal circumstances. Spirit swords, magic weapons, and even some high-level talismans in the cultivation world all have realm restrictions. If your realm isn't high enough, you won't be able to use them smoothly. This is because the cultivator's realm is too low and they don't have enough spirit energy. Using these high-level magic treasures consumes a lot of spirit energy, which they can't afford at all. Monk Golden Lamp said, it might seem like a restriction, but the main reason is that you don't have enough spirit energy. What about me? She asked. Miss Rong already has 6 cores on the Mysterious Sea. Haven't you noticed it after using it for so long? This is because Lady Rong doesn't need to worry about the consumption of spiritual power. Monk Jin Deng said, when the mechanism of becoming one with the sword is activated, Mysterious Sea's power is Miss Rong's power. Under such a passive ability, the problem of insufficient spiritual power can be directly ignored. I see. Lotus Sun nodded. At this moment, Sun Ying'er also appeared and comforted her. I told you, Rong, you're thinking too much. It's impossible for you to lose control. Even if you do, you still have me. And this time, I feel that you and Ling Jinren have made great progress. Lotus Sun was stunned. Where did I? Sun Ying'er, it's really big. Look, this thought plague is so dangerous. There are so many people in Battle Sect, but the first thing he thought of was to help you increase your strength. Sun Ying'er wasn't trying to make fun of Lotus Sun like she usually did, but she truly felt that there was a lot of progress between the two of them this time. Although she didn't show it on her face, Lotus Sun was actually overjoyed. On the other side, Odd Zhua, who had been secretly assisting them all this time, was also very touched. After Lord Ma and Lotus Sun met up with Monk Golden Lamp and left the Wang family's small villa, he stared at Wang Ling, who couldn't wait to open the plastic bag of the custom-made crispy noodle snacks, and asked, Shifu, do you have some thoughts about Miss Rong? Wang Ling was very confused, but he didn't deny it. He did indeed have some thoughts. But this was mainly because Lotus Sun had been forced to confess to him after the question and answer session just now. If Lotus Sun continued to stay here, it would be awkward for both of them. Instead of that, it would be better to think of a way to send her away. Besides, Lotus Sun was always in his room, and he couldn't eat crispy noodle snacks. Wang Ling had never been in the habit of being stared at while he ate. In the school cafeteria, he usually ate in a corner. This was the basic process. Avoid familiar people as much as possible and force yourself to eat with them. Choose a corner. Snap your fingers. Stop time. Then, you quickly finished everything on your plate, snap your fingers again, and time returned to the classroom. This way, Wang Ling wouldn't feel uncomfortable being stared at while he ate, and eating wouldn't waste any time. Time stop was a very useful trick. There were times when laziness flared up and you didn't want to do your homework at night. You could also bring your homework to school in the morning and use time stop to finish it. It wasn't just for himself, but also for Father Wang. There were times when Father Wang really couldn't catch up with the updates, and he would ask Wang Ling to use time stop to temporarily freeze time. This was also one of the main reasons why Father Wang had been able to update for so many years, rain or shine. You would never know what on earth was behind a web novelist who could continuously update. Maybe it was boxes and boxes of bald-proof hair growth fluid. Or maybe it was a son who understood time stop. Lotus Sun was being strengthened, but Wang Ling didn't think it was very reliable to ascertain their identities through interrogations. In the end, an external force was needed. The modern cultivation world couldn't do anything about it, but Wang Zhibao had a corresponding magic treasure in his pants. He took out a bronze mirror called the Immemorial Beauty Mirror, which was the primordial chaos magic treasure of an empress in ancient times. Although it was called a beauty mirror, the truth was that it wouldn't make a person beautiful, and would instead directly reflect their barefaced appearance. Wang Ling looked at himself in the mirror and found that his appearance hadn't changed much. He then pointed the mirror at Loopy Toad, and found that its dog fur was still as green as before. Loopy Toad, got it, so I'll just give it to the people in Battle Sect to try. But there are too few of them, so it might be troublesome to test them. Also, if there's too much noise, it might alert the enemy. Wang Ling nodded. This was indeed a problem. So in the first round, he decided to only conduct a preliminary test on the core members of Battle Sect to ensure that there were no problems with the higher-ups. As for the scarcity of the beauty mirror, that was even easier. Wang Ling opened his king's eye. He selected the beauty mirror in his hand, and Loopy Toad saw Ctrl+C appear in his left eye and Ctrl+V appear in his right eye. Then, a new beauty mirror was successfully duplicated. Loopy Toad was blank for a moment, and then, as if accustomed to this sight, swallowed the bag of beauty mirrors that it had duplicated. I need some helpers to do the test. Wang Ling spread his hands to indicate that Loopy Toad could choose as it pleased. And Loopy Toad's train of thought was very clear. Almost immediately, it set its sights on Xiang Yi and Qin Zong. These two young fellows were the most suitable to be used as support. The error-free chapters of the daily life of the Immortal King will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the site, so please bookmark and recommend the mobile game bar. If you like the daily life of the Immortal King, please bookmark. The daily life of the Immortal King mobile game bar is updated the fastest. Chapter 1702. Loopy Toad naturally had its own reasons for choosing Qin Zong and Xiang Yi. It felt that these two living treasures were very useful, and their identities weren't simple. Now that they had become guest elders of Battle Sect, they were the same as its own people. Since both of them had come to learn from Wang Ling, Loopy Toad felt that it could worm its way into becoming friends. When all was said and done, it was an old member of Battle Sect, and it was reasonable for an old man to bring along a newcomer. But while a guest elder was an honorary position in Battle Sect, it was on the same level as an elder, so Loopy Toad couldn't act like an old man in front of these two people, and had to be polite as much as possible. At 8:00 that night, in front of Battle Sect's guest elder branch, Loopy Toad met up with Qin Zong and Xiang Yi. When it found them, they were playing chess in the courtyard with the air of great generals. They didn't give in to each other and were racking their brains. Of course, playing chess also depended on luck. In order to ensure fairness, Qin Zong would evenly distribute his luck when playing chess. This way, he could fully ensure the fun of playing chess. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any gaming experience at all if he won all kinds of baffling things. Loopy Toad didn't disturb them, and quietly waited for them to finish playing chess. After watching them for a long time, it realized that Qin Zong and Xiang Yi's faces were indescribably delicate and handsome. Their fair and translucent skin and sharp edges gave them the feeling of protagonists. Before planning to make this in-depth contact, it wasn't that Loopy Toad hadn't asked around about these two people, and had a general understanding of Qin Zong and Xiang Yi's situation. In their own worlds, the two of them had almost reached the top, but in the end, they hadn't expected to be forcibly hit by a wave of dimensionality reduction when they came to Wang Ling's world line. Even the universe-level experts they had encountered weren't on the same level. It was only after coincidentally running into the heartless ancestor this time that the two of them realized that there was no end to learning. Loopy Toad had to add one more thing. That was, in order to ensure that they were serious enough in their studies, Xiang Yi's real body had switched back with his shadow after meeting his wife. The one in front of Loopy Toad now was the real Xiang Yi. I lost again. Xiang Yi scratched his head in annoyance. Loopy Toad didn't wait for a few minutes before the two of them decided the winner. Qin Zong had a complete victory without relying on luck. To be honest, after coming to Wang Ling's world, he had in fact wanted to meet Gu Xuanji, but hadn't been able to find the right opportunity. In fact, after coming to Wang Ling's Toad's world, Loopy Toad had wanted to meet Gu Xuanji, but he had never been able to. Loopy Toad's Wang Xuanji hadn't for Gu. And to for Ad Xuanji. In Y Zone. And toad for Chen for him that zone, that he not is for. Gentlemen, I have a mission here, Loopy Toad said as it gave them a concise and comprehensive account of the thought plague. Toad immediately, Chin and Chin. Chin. Toad, Ling and that and Toad. 2 for Chin. And Yang. And. Toad. And Ling for and. The source, Qin Zong cupped his chin and thought carefully. When we were in the Science and Technology City, Senior Li Xian and Senior Zhang Zijin did not act with us. Could it be that they were invaded, or that they came out of the Science and Technology City with something that could achieve a large-scale invasion? Loopy Toad and Xiang Yi were blank when they heard this. Because as far as they knew, the only thing Li Xian and Zhang Zijin had brought out of the technology city was the chip that Wang Ming had used his brainwaves to invade the wealthy businessman Jia Bugui. It couldn't be, could it be such a coincidence? Although Qin Zong didn't have Super Chen's blessed mouth, his unparalleled luck attribute allowed him to hit the nail on the head sometimes. Loopy Toad and Xiang Yi were instantly on high alert. If the source of the infection really was Wang Ming, after the thought plague invaded Wang Ming's body, given Wang Ming's powerful brainwaves, it might be able to carry out a large-scale invasion in an instant. And the serious consequences of this invasion had already reached an inestimable point, then where should we start now? Xiang Yi asked. How about we go look for Senior Gu? Qin Zong suggested at that moment. Xiang Yi and Loopy Toad were silent. It would have been fine if Qin Zong hadn't mentioned it, but now that he had, it was very likely that the first person they were looking for, Gu Xuanji, had already been invaded. After Loopy Toad left, Wang Ling noticed an interlude in the news. It was a car accident near the Wang family's small villa. A spirit power-driven tricycle delivering packages had crashed into an automatic car. The delivery little brother and a couple had died together. Before they died, the couple had used their bodies to protect their daughter, resulting in 3 deaths and 1 injury. Car accidents happened every day, so no one would find it strange. But it just so happened that this delivery little brother was the one who had delivered the human-shaped gift box to Lotus Sun previously. That coffin, oh, no, the human-shaped gift box had been problematic to begin with, so there was a high chance that the delivery little brother had already been invaded. In the explosion of the car accident, the delivery man and the poor couple were burnt beyond recognition, and their faces were almost indistinguishable. But Wang Ling had the king's eye. Wang Ling could still use his power of sight to directly restore their original appearances. Based on the force of the explosion at the scene, it was a miracle that the little girl had survived. But not only had she survived, she didn't have many injuries on her body, except for a few burn marks. Wang Ling couldn't help but start to wonder if this little girl was really a little girl. Wang Ling first looked up the delivery receipt number of the delivery little brother who had delivered the human-shaped gift box. He could directly find out his work number from the receipt number, and then file a complaint with the customer service staff to get his exact personal information. Then, he remotely used Book of Sage Immortal to find out the girl's name, Qin Xiaomu. He then followed this information to find out about Qin Xiaomu's parents. After getting the information on the 3, he directly teleported to the hospital morgue. Outside the morgue of 9th Cultivation People's Hospital, several family members were crying. Wang Ling could hear their heart-wrenching cries through the thick iron door. He sighed in his heart. Resurrecting these 3 people directly went against Heavenly Tao. But after all, the source of their deaths was that ancient creature, and it wasn't an ordinary accident. Thus, Wang Ling felt that resurrecting these 3 people was actually harmless. Of course, even if he was on the Heavenly Tao white list, the process still seemed a little irregular. Thus, when Wang Ling teleported to the hospital morgue, he called Death Heavenly Tao, who was currently guarding number 60 high school's entrance, over. In this way, people were resurrected by Death Heavenly Tao. What did that have to do with Wang Ling? Chapter 1703. When Death Heavenly Tao had been summoned by Wang Ling, he was still wearing number 60 high school's school guard captain uniform. The original school guard captain, Old Li, had already reached retirement age, so he had given the position to Death Heavenly Tao. Death Heavenly Tao was moved, and added 200 years to Old Li's lifespan in the Book of Life and Death, which was simply a huge gain. No one would have thought that their colleague who went to work with them every day was a man who could freely control other people's lives, but even if Death Heavenly Tao carried out the resurrection itself, it would still be considered a violation of the rules. When Tao ancestor Wang had established the Heavenly Tao Governing Committee back then, he had left behind a rule that those who had no choice but to be resurrected had to first be put on file. That was, after the Heavenly Tao Governing Committee was established, the 6 main Heavenly Tao would review and approve it before the twin brothers could carry out the resurrection. The brothers actually had a division of labor for the entire resurrection process. For example, Wang Ling's older brother, Survival Heavenly Tao, was mainly responsible for resurrecting people who had died subjectively. So, what was subjectively? For example, people who died from illness, near the end of their lifespans, or even suicide were all considered subjectively. In contrast, Death Heavenly Tao dealt with deaths that were more like accidental deaths. But this express delivery little brother's situation was a little more complicated. While it was true that he had been invaded by the thought plague and had gotten into a car accident early, the truth was that at the same time as the car accident, the illness caused by long-term overtime work manifested itself in that moment. Almost at the same time that he was killed, the express delivery little brother suffered a myocardial infarction, which resulted in sudden cardiac arrest and suffocation. Not only that, because he had been traveling around on his little tricycle for a long time, he had also suffered from severe rheumatism. The moment he was hit, all his bones cracked. The moment he was hit, this poor express delivery little brother died suddenly for multiple reasons. Furthermore, each of his deaths happened almost at the same time, and they were all fatal injuries. The thought plague which had invaded his body clearly hadn't noticed this, and was still controlling his body. In the end, he was directly burnt to a crisp by the explosion, and was completely unrecognizable. Too tragic. Death Heavenly Tao sighed as it explained the cause of this express delivery little brother's death. Cut the crap. Just tell me, can he be resurrected? Wang Ying's expression was heavy. One Wang Ling and one Wang Ying sandwiched Death Heavenly Tao, and Death Heavenly Tao himself was terrified. His pupils contracted slightly as he said timidly, yes. Since Ling Jinren and Jinrening have spoken, how can I refuse? Urging people to be resurrected in violation of the rules was essentially a serious violation of the law, but with Wang Ling and Wang Ying behind them, Death Heavenly Tao had some confidence. The rules back then were set by Tao ancestor Wang. If I were to resurrect these humans and receive any punishment, the 2 of you must help me. Death Heavenly Tao bowed. You might not believe it, but as one of the 6 main Heavenly Taos, the Heavenly Tao of Death is also very afraid of death. Cut the crap. Do it now, Wang Ying said concisely. Yes. Death Heavenly Tao didn't refuse anymore. He took a step back and released a pitch-black spirit flame from his fingertip. Then, he raised his finger and pointed it at the charred corpse's head. The corpse, which had been burned to the point where it was no longer recognizable, was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He got off easy. This is a brand new body, Death Heavenly Tao said as he crossed his arms. After resurrecting a person, the person would also have a completely healthy body. No matter what kind of pain or illness they had suffered before, the resurrected body would be completely healthy. But modern human cultivators had some bad habits that were hard to change, and in the end, they would still develop into a subhealthy state. Regarding this, it was truly a pity. As if he had just woken up from a long dream, the deliverer man woke up from the sterile bed in the morgue and rubbed his eyes. He remembered that he had just been walking on a long and narrow golden bridge, and golden men floating in the air next to it ladled a bowl of golden soup for everyone standing on the bridge. The mengpa soup that people talked about was actually the same kind of thing as this golden soup. This was a tool used by the Heavenly Tao to block out the soul's memories of its previous life. But just as the courier little brother was about to drink it, the golden soup in his hand was ablaze with a black flame, and he was so frightened that he knocked the bowl over. At the scene of the Golden Bridge, in a mess, he was sucked away by the crack caused by the black flame. When he woke up, he saw 3 men standing in front of him with their arms crossed, surrounding his bed. "You guys." He was scared out of his wits, but it reminded him of something. While he was being invaded by the thought plague, even though his body was completely out of his control, he still remembered what he had done. The thought plague would never have thought that the person whose body it had destroyed would be resurrected under such circumstances, and still have all the memories of when he was under its control. "All you need to know is that you got into a car accident, and we saved you. Now, don't ask anything else, just tell us everything you did while you were under its control," Wang Ying said coldly. "Bao Bai." This courier little brother said as if he had been enlightened. "Bao Bai. Yes. When my body was under its control, I went to a company that I've never seen before. I've never seen such a mobile company before." "A mobile company?" Death Heavenly Dao was also dazed when he heard this. Could it be that the company is in some kind of aircraft? Floating offices that didn't have a fixed address were indeed very popular now, and were now the mainstream trend for companies in the future in the cultivation world. Although the company's location was constantly changing, it could use this advantage to easily recruit talents from all over the country, and introduce talents from all over the country by setting up an aerial office. The biggest advantage of this type of floating office was that the boat would float by each designated city on a fixed schedule, so that many workers from other places could take the company's shuttle bus back home often to visit. But there were still very few companies that could master this kind of cutting-edge technology. Only a large financial group that was as rich as a country would have the material and financial resources to operate it. However, the Bao Bai company that the courier little brother mentioned seemed to be a new term among the limited number of aerial companies. Before this, there were plenty of advertisements for those famous aerial companies, but Wang Ling had never heard of this Bao Bai company. He didn't know why, but he felt that the company's name was familiar. Chapter 1704. Neither Wang Ling nor Wang Ying had heard of Bao Bai Group before, as if it had popped up out of thin air. Wang Ling used his phone to look up the company's business information online, and when he couldn't find it, he instantly understood. It turned out that this was an aerial company that had been hidden away. Furthermore, from the internal scale described by this courier little brother, it seemed that this Bao Bai company had already reached a certain scale, and hadn't just been set up in a hurry. There were many employees inside, and all of them wore thick white protective suits. Listening to the description, it seemed a little like a cultivation chemical company. The courier little brother did his best to answer, "I saw a huge graveyard, ranch? Farming in the air." Wang Ying and Wang Ling were startled. "No, it's a graveyard. In the core area of this company's floating ship, behind an encrypted iron gate, there's a huge graveyard in the air, as if it's excavating something." "Yes. That's right, I remember now. There's a huge skeleton in the center. It looks like a very large creature, but I can't tell what it is. Its tail alone is dozens of feet high, and the nameplate on it is engraved with the words SCB Special Faction. Sheltered creatures?" Wang Ling was a little surprised by this answer. Because in the small corpse painting, he had already asked Li Xian and Zhang Zizi to lock up all the sheltered creatures that the heartless ancestor had hidden as he traveled the universe. Among the strongest of them, apart from 096, who had become a rabbit guarding Wang Ling's backyard, 005, 007 and 009, these sheltered creatures of the old faction, were all immobilized in the king's eye, and were extremely well behaved. "Go to sleep." After the interrogation was more or less complete, Death Heavenly Dao snapped its fingers to make this courier little brother forget everything. At the same time, it set the unfortunate couple on the side to be automatically resurrected in half an hour. Of course, if word got out that the dead had been resurrected, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. On Heavenly Dao's side, Death Heavenly Dao had already ordered a few little golden men to deal with the aftermath. This was to knock some sense into everyone who knew about this so that they would physically forget all their memories of this matter. Apart from that, Death Heavenly Tao had already ordered Heavenly Court to temporarily forget that this poor couple had any memories of having a daughter after being invaded by the thought plague in the car accident. When the little girl returned, they would automatically recall it. After setting everything up, Death Heavenly Tao looked at Wang Ling and Wang Ying and said worriedly, Ling Zhenrening, I don't think it's that simple. Ling Zhenren already has control over the living creatures of the Old Days faction and the Great Tao faction, so it's a little strange that new living creatures have appeared. What do you think? Wang Ying asked. Death Heavenly Tao took a deep breath and said, judging from the way things were handled, there were at least 3 people involved. One was that undying cockroach, Bai Zhe. The second was the grave god, and the third was the heartless ancestor. He should not be completely dead. That kind of ancient figure had too many ways to survive. As long as the heartless patriarch separates a trace of his brainwave before he dies, there's a certain chance of survival. So you're saying that this is the Avengers? Interesting. Wang Ying curled her lips. He thought of how these cockroaches, who had already been smacked to death, had gathered together again to discuss a plan to deal with Wang Ling. That kind of ugliness was really hilarious. Although we don't know what the purpose of these 3 people is, if they decide to join forces, I don't think we can underestimate them. We must never underestimate them, Death Heavenly Tao said. What's the use of having more people? I can deal with them alone. Killing them will be like killing ants. Wang Ying sneered. He didn't care about this kind of allied army at all, mainly because he was very confident in his own methods. His battle strength wasn't that different from Wang Ling's, and he just lacked the king's eye. In his opinion, it was enough to kill these 3 weak clowns. That's true, but we still have to figure out their ultimate goal. Death Heavenly Tao gave a rational analysis. First of all, what on earth is this Bao Bai group doing? From this courier little brother's description, it's a very large company with a lot of employees. It won't take a short period of time to set up. What on earth is the other party excavating in the cemetery behind the iron gate in the core area? That's also a problem. Second, what on earth is the special faction that they currently have in their hands? I think the key is to find this special faction's host. Death Heavenly Tao's analysis was clear and logical, and Wang Ling naturally agreed with the questions it had raised above. It was just that Death Heavenly Tao's analysis of these Avengers behind the scenes was beyond his expectations. That Bai Zhe, Wang Ling had erased all the world lines, but he actually still existed. Wang Ling used to think that he was the only monster. But now he realized that in some sense, this Bai Zhe who haunted him like a ghost was also a monster. If they ran into each other again this time, Wang Ling would definitely think of a way to completely wipe him clean and put an end to any future troubles. For Wang Ling, his current plan was very clear: find the little girl who had been infected by the thought plague, Qin Xiaomu. At the same time, inside Bao Bai Group's floating ship, a secret plan was also quietly underway. Wang Ming had appeared here, but at that moment, he was no longer Wang Ming. His eyes were cloudy and his pupils had turned into tentacles. He had shockingly become a puppet of the thought plague. He stood in the middle of a huge cemetery. Countless people in white and thick protective suits were using shovels, gold brushes, and all kinds of sophisticated scanning equipment to explore and excavate the site. New skeleton of a special shelter, SCB-0. 1598, has been discovered. SEAL team, please get ready. The aura of the skeleton is very strong. Explosives team, please get ready to explode. Establish a barrier. Everyone, be quick. Yes. In an instant, dozens of Bai Bao Group employees answered in unison. Citizens of Bao Bai, you are about to witness a great piece of history that will be remembered by the world. Wang Ming's face was enveloped in the light of the fire, and his cheeks were bright red. He spoke excitedly with a strong desire for revenge. Wang Ming had miscalculated. He had never thought that his body would be controlled by this person. Although he had the help of the grave god and Bai Zhe, he had obtained a new body and a brain with tremendous potential. He just needed to inject a trace of the god brain's brainwave into it, and in time, he would obtain a brain that was even more powerful than the god brain. Although it wasn't his style to live under someone else's roof, the heartless patriarch was well aware that if they didn't join forces at that moment, there was no way they could deal with that terrifying man on Earth. The three of you didn't expect this, did you? You feigned civility and pretended to get close to me in an attempt to enter Bao Bai. But I've already calculated this. Holding Wang Ming's body, the heartless patriarch stared at the three people on the stake in front of him, Li Xian, Zhang Zaidan, and Zhai Yin. Among them, Li Xian and Zhang Zaidan were seriously injured. Although they didn't feel much pain, they didn't expect that their plan to enter Bao Bai would be directly foiled. At the same time, there was something even more unexpected. The target that these Bao Bai employees were digging in this sky cemetery, it was a special kind of ancient creature that had existed at the beginning of the chaos. In the long years of history, they had a resounding and domineering name. They were called dragons. Chapter 1705. At the very beginning, when chaos had given birth to the order of the universe, there had indeed been a huge race that had now been overlooked. At that time, the concept of shelter hadn't even existed yet. The powerful and prosperous dragon clan and the great old ones stood as equals, and together they controlled the deep, dark, chaotic and twisted universe. Until one day, the dragon clan's stronghold, Mount Wanlong, exploded overnight for some inexplicable reason, and the leader of the dragon clan, King Wanlong, was killed on the spot. Thus, the power of balance gradually became unbalanced. Without a leader, Mount Wanlong suffered a devastating blow, and a large part of it was buried here. A small number of lucky survivors were treated as shelter creatures by the Great Old Ones, and were forced to accept long-term servitude until the last dragon couldn't accept this kind of coercion and committed suicide. Li Xian and Zhang Zaidan were tied to the stake, beads of cold sweat running down their cheeks. Neither of them had expected things to turn out like this. According to Wang Ming's original plan, they would follow the will of the controlled Wang Ming and go deep into the heart of this place. Then, they would act according to the situation and wait for Wang Ming to break free of the thought plague's restraints, wreak havoc here, and tear everything down. But when the appointed time came, Li Xian and Zhang Zaidan didn't get to see the real Wang Ming take control of their bodies again. Thus, in that instant, both of them simultaneously felt that the situation was far from good. After all, they were skeletons that had come out of the Supreme Corpse wrapping diagram. Their bodies were illusory images formed by the king's eye, so they wouldn't feel any pain. However, it was different when Zhai Yin was captured. If the land they were standing on had really been Mount Wanlong back then and was now known as the Dragon Graveyard, then there would definitely be a lot of dragon bones buried here. Although these dragons were already dead, their dragon breaths still lingered. Given Zhai Yin's physique, there was no way she could stay here for too long. Thus, they had to think of a way to get out. But if they left, Wang Ming, who had yet to take control of his body, would be isolated and helpless. It was a dilemma. Although they weren't in good shape right now, both of them thought that if they worked together, it wouldn't be a problem for them to escape with Zhai Yin and Wang Ming. But now, the development of the situation had far exceeded their expectations. The people from Bao Bai group were excavating the skeletons beneath the dragon graveyard. Although he didn't know what their goal was, this was a matter of great importance and wasn't something the two of them could handle. Right now, Zhai Yin would be in more danger with every second she stayed here. Tied to the stake, Li Xian and Zhang Zai tacitly agreed that they could not wait any longer. The two of them looked at each other for a while. The next second. In the distance, a huge meteor shining with bright flames fell from the sky. A shadow that blotted out the sky and covered the earth in an instant. It was such a familiar operation. Those who had some understanding of it would know that it must have been done by Li Xian. There was a burst of panic at the scene. A giant meteorite is approaching. Missile team. Prepare to intercept them. On the command deck, the members of the command team issued an order. A few projectiles shot out from Bao Bai Group's Dragon's Graveyard command post, heading straight for the gigantic meteorite artifact in the sky. The sound of a huge explosion was accompanied by powerful flames, instantly turning the sky red. Li Xian couldn't help curling his lips. It was nonsense to think that such an explosion could grind his meteorite to pieces. He hadn't randomly selected meteorites every time. This meteorite, for example, was an iron meteorite naturally formed from the heavy metals of the universe and was indestructible. Unless the explosive power of a missile reached a certain level, it would be impossible for it to destroy his meteorite. "Sir, it's very dangerous here. Please evacuate as soon as possible." At that moment, a Bao Bai staff member stepped forward and urged Wu Xian to leave quickly. There was basically no need for him to say anything more. If this meteorite were to fall down, Wu Xian would be able to calculate just how strong the impact would be. But his expression was calm as he stared at the meteorite that was about to hit the ground. Then, he couldn't help laughing. "Star Wanderer, Li Xian. As expected, you live up to your name throughout the ages." He knew that this was all Li Xian's doing, but it wasn't that he didn't have any countermeasures. In the next second, a man holding a black umbrella, wearing a khaki trench coat and sunglasses appeared behind Wu Xian. His appearance was very sudden, like a flash of lightning, and his whole body was covered with a kind of terrifying electric current. The man's deep voice came, "Sir, what do you want me to do? Destroy it. But be careful not to damage the ground," Wu Xian said coldly. Hearing Wu Xian's words, the man behind him immediately nodded and said, "Yes." In the dragon graveyard, the dazzling flames from the sky were still accompanied by the meteorite that was falling at an extremely fast speed, emitting a chilling power. Facing the impending impact, all the Bao Bai staff members below were panic-stricken. Except for Wu Xian, and the man in the khaki trench coat who suddenly appeared behind him. The man lifted his feet and walked forward slowly. His unhurried posture made people feel anxious. He put the black umbrella in his hand on his back and took out a diamond glove from his trench coat. The moment the glove appeared, Li Xian and Zhang Zipei's eyes were attracted by the pocket watch at the same time, and then they revealed a look of disbelief. The strong power of chaos seeped out of the diamond glove, telling Li Xian and Zhang Zipei that this diamond glove was not ordinary. The concentration of chaos was at least 80%. The chaos ship rudder that the Wuxin ancestor had taken out earlier was already terrifying enough, and now there was a glove with at least 80% chaos concentration. Were these chaos objects with high concentrations so worthless now? Both of them stared at the man in the khaki trench coat in front of them, only to see the man put the diamond glove on his right hand unhurriedly, pretending to show it off and admire it for a while. To be able to control such a highly concentrated chaos object, the man's own combat strength had already explained everything. The power of chaos objects far exceeded that of world-defying magic artifacts, and with every 10% increase in the concentration of chaos, the stronger the backlash on the user's body. Therefore, unless one's combat strength had reached a certain level, one might be turned into ashes just by taking out a chaos object with 80% chaos concentration and holding it in one's hand for a while, let alone wearing it. The man in the khaki trench coat looked calm. At this moment, he finally turned his gaze to the huge meteorite in the sky that Li Xian had summoned and stretched out his right hand wearing the diamond glove. There was a snap. He snapped his fingers. Chapter 1706. At that moment, the immense power that erupted from the diamond gloves was eye-catching. The man snapped his fingers for the first time. The meteorite that was about to fall from the sky instantly exploded with a loud bang. It actually exploded on the spot, and cracks appeared on it. But the lethality of the diamond gloves was far more than that. The man snapped his fingers a second time, and the power increased exponentially. After the second snap, the interior of the meteorite instantly disintegrated, as if it had been annihilated by a powerful energy. The moment it was about to fall, it gradually shrank until it turned into flying ash. Li Xian and Zhang Zipei couldn't react for a moment. Supreme God Chaos Object, Indestructible Diamond Gloves, Sequence Level 3, Annihilation. They never expected to witness a chaos artifact with a concentration of more than 60%, which was classified as a Supreme God chaos artifact. When a chaos artifact's concentration exceeded 60%, the universe's chaos would automatically assign it to a sequence, which was equivalent to adding a layer of nomological laws. Take the Heartless Ancestors chaos ship as an example, which had reached level 1, transcending mortality. Taking Wang Ling's Great Universe Chaos Millstone as an example, it was level 3, Annihilation. Only chaos artifacts with a concentration of more than 60% would be assigned this sequence. Sequence Level 1, Transcending Mortality. Sequence Level 2, Supreme God. Sequence Level 3, Annihilation. Sequence Level 4, Light. Sequence Level 5, Creation. After being assigned to a sequence, it didn't have much to do with its specific concentration of chaos. The existence of a sequence itself was a symbol of a chaos artifact's development potential. At the same time, it was a symbol of a special ability. Rumor had it that a chaos artifact that had reached the annihilation level might have a concentration of more than 100% in the future. Toward an even higher and more terrifying concentration. It could lock onto the object it wanted to annihilate, actively track it, and open up a chaos opening from within, achieving complete annihilation from the inside out. An annihilation sequence chaos artifact. Li Xian and Zhang Zipi were stupefied. Although the concentration of chaos in this diamond gloves wasn't as high as Wang Ling's Great Universe Millstone, they could clearly sense that this was an annihilation chaos artifact, and that it had reached level 3. This person isn't an ordinary person either. He can withstand the backlash of a chaos artifact like this with such ease. Li Xian's heart trembled. This was what he was most afraid of. This man in a khaki windbreaker wore gloves expressionlessly and snapped his fingers. It was as if he didn't care about anything in the world. After dealing with Li Xian's meteorite, the next second, he focused his attention on Li Xian and Zhang Zipei and extended his hand. The diamond glove on his right hand rubbed his thumb and middle finger together, producing a slight friction, and the crisp sound of fingers snapping followed. Pa! And this time, his target was Li Xian. A powerful wave of primal chaos surged towards Li Xian's body. He felt that a hole had appeared in his body, from which an endless amount of primal chaos energy was being nurtured. Then, with a bang, his chest exploded on the spot. Along with fresh blood, countless organs flew out from the wound and were gradually devoured by the chaotic force. Li Xian's and Zhang Zidi's physical bodies were illusions created by the king's eye. Even if they were badly damaged, they wouldn't feel any pain. However, the destructive power brought by the snap of the fingers affected their souls at the same time. In an instant, Li Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. "Let's go, Brother Zidi. Take Miss Shai away from here. If you want to leave, let's go together." Zhang Zidi didn't expect this man in a khaki windbreaker to be so brave that he almost killed Li Xian with a snap of his fingers. Li Xian's soul had been seriously injured, and he probably couldn't withstand a second snap of the fingers. Right at this moment, another meteor flew towards them from behind. This was a soft meteor, like a sponge. It didn't have any killing power, and it was summoned by Li Xian with the last of his strength. It came from behind them at an incredible speed, sweeping all three of them away. Zhang Zidi grasped the situation and immediately opened up a space tunnel. In just an instant, the three of them were taken away by this soft meteorite and disappeared without a trace. They can't run away. At this moment, the man in a khaki windbreaker took off his diamond glove and put it back into his windbreaker. His short hair fluttered elegantly, and yellow lightning crackled. Then, on the left and right sides of his forehead, two golden dragon horns appeared. "Jingzi, wait a moment. They're just an arrow at the end of its flight. There's no need to chase after them." Wu Xin called his name and stopped him. SCBX L001, Jingzi Dragon Descendant Age, 1-year-old Dragon's Power, Lightning Dragon Dragon Breath Attribute, Electricity Current Actual Combat Strength Conversion Realm, Mid-Stage Earth Ancestor Dragon Strength Synchronization Data, Stable, Dragon Breath Purity Data, Stable. He checked the man's physical condition and found that he was as stable as ever. He let out a long sigh of relief and sighed inwardly. When he first saw Bai Zhe and the tomb god plotting behind the scenes, he felt that these two were the people he could rely on and cooperate with. For the dragon clan that had already disappeared to be resurrected in such a way, turning them into humanoid dragon descendants that could control the power of the dragon clan. Moreover, they could completely listen to their commands. This matter was inconceivable to Wu Xian. But Bai Zhe and the tomb god had done it with their own strength. In the future, more intact dragon bones would be excavated from this dragon graveyard which floated in the air, and genes could be extracted from the remnants of the dragon breath in these bones to breed even more dragon descendants like this man called Jingzi in front of him. That dead fish-eyed teenager from Earth was too strong. Choosing to resurrect the dragons of the past to fight him was indeed the best choice at the moment. Currently, Bao Bai group had 8 dragon descendants in the process of being synthesized, and 4 had succeeded. 2 of them were engaged in combat. Jingzi was the one who had been synthesized for the longest time and was also the most stable. 1 year old for a dragon was equivalent to 1,000 years old for a human cultivator. There were many places where dragon descendants could be bred. After the synthesis and hatching were completed, the main thing was to speed up the breeding process in a custom-made space with the time difference between inside and outside. Jingzi, you have to remember that you are the first dragon descendant in this universe. As number 001, you are responsible for leading the dragon descendants after you to achieve the revival of the dragon race. Do you understand? Wu Xin said in Wang Ming's body. Yes. Jingzi nodded. Very good. Now, it's time to introduce you to SCBX, L002. Wu Xin said. He had just received instructions from Bai Zhe to find Jingzi a partner. SCBX, L002. Jingzi tilted his head. I don't think I want a partner. Ha, you won't say that when you see it. Patriarch Wu Xin smiled. This is a girl who obtained the dragon strength of an exploding flame dragon. The combination of electricity and fire will multiply the lethality. If you work well together, no one in this world will be able to defeat you. Then, I'll assign you a mission to build tacit understanding, kill someone. Sir, please tell me who you want to kill, Jingzi asked obediently. A monk. Wu Xin smiled and replied, his Buddhist name is Golden Lamp. Chapter 1707. The key has been confirmed. Unlocking the specific containment space channel for SCB-L002, when the familiar electronic voice rang in Jingzi's ear, Wu Xin took him to the specific containment space for SCB-L002. This was a special space that Bai Zhe had provided for all the noble dragon descendants. Each space was an independent core world, and didn't have the oppressive feeling of being comfortably cooped up in a cube container at all. Wu Xin himself hadn't expected this kind of improvement. Back then, he had imprisoned those host creatures in those cube containers, but he hadn't expected that some of them would become even more brutal after being trapped inside. For Wu Xin, the scene in front of him also made him reflect on the past. But no ordinary person would be able to spend so much money on a dragon descendant and an inner world. For a normal cultivator, the process of nurturing an intrinsic spirit field was full of hardships and obstacles. Expanding from an intrinsic spirit field to a big or small world, and then to a higher world, the passage of time was bound to go through the vicissitudes of time, not to mention nurturing an inner space to the level of a supreme world. It would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to nurture an inner world. But now, Bai Zhe had given the core world to every dragon descendant for free, as if he was laying eggs. This kind of extravagance was truly shocking. This was a high-temperature inner world, and the core temperature in the deep regions was over 70 degrees C. Wang Ming's body was just a mortal, and it was impossible for him to withstand this kind of heat. Fortunately, Patriarch Wu Xin was already prepared. He was wearing a modified defensive suit, which allowed him to walk unimpeded on this piece of land by relying on the black technology he had created. Next to him, Jingzi felt nothing the entire time. There was no way this kind of temperature could harm a dragon descendant who had already stabilized and was almost fully developed. The two of them approached the core area one after the other. In front of a huge flame explosion waterfall, lava at a temperature of over 10,000 degrees fell from above with a resounding roar. Wuxin, I've brought your partner with me. Look, I've also prepared your favorite thing, Wuxin said as he stood at the mouth of the slightly hot shore. Then he took out a special blue box from his storage space. The box exuded a frightening chill. Jingzai thought it might contain some magic weapon, but when he unbuttoned it and opened it, he was dumbfounded. Inside the box, there were all kinds of ice creams. There were colorful ice cream cones, sundaes with strawberry jam, and crystal-clear durian popsicles with alluring colors. These desserts were protected by special boxes and did not melt even in such a hot environment. No one knew if she was startled by Wu Xian's words or attracted by these desserts, but not long after, under the waterfall of exploding flames, a girl with light blonde hair finally revealed the upper half of her face. She tried to take a look, then gradually revealed her entire body. The girl named Yan Ruo was wearing a red lace dress and had an exquisite doll-like face. Jingzhe was stunned when he saw her. Soon, a string of data related to anorexia was synchronized to his smart goggles. SCB, L002, Anorexia Dragon Age, 7 months Dragon Power, Explosive Flame Dragon Breath Attribute, Fire Current Actual Combat Level, Early Stage Earth Ancestor Exclusive Dragon Chaos Weapon, Skyburning Chain Hammer. Jingzai was a little confused about the weapon used by Yan Ruo. He did not expect such a small girl to be able to wield a weapon that did not match her size and specifications at all. Like your diamond glove, Yan Ruo's sky-burning chain hammer is made from dragon bones that correspond to your dragon power and chaos. It is an exclusive chaos weapon for dragon descendants. The dragon descendant chaos tool on each of you is unique. It has more potential than those that were born directly from chaos, Wuxin said. So, what is the level of her dragon descendant's chaos weapon? Well, the concentration of chaos is not as high as yours, only 61%, but it has reached sequence 4. Sequence 4. Jingzai's calm face finally showed a look of surprise. The sequence level of the chaos weapon represented the future potential of the chaos weapon. He was originally very satisfied with his sequence 3 diamond glove, which was annihilation level. But after hearing the sequence level of the chaos weapon used by Yan Ruo, he instantly felt that his diamond glove was not as good. A dragon was more powerful than a dragon. But after thinking about it carefully, Jingzai did not feel that it was that unfair, because the diamond glove was not the only chaos weapon he had. In fact, he had a black umbrella that had not been used yet. So far, among all the dragon descendants, Jingzai was the only one who was born with a twin dragon descendant chaos device. This special characteristic was also one of the reasons why Bai Zhe and the others valued Jingzai so much. The baby-faced, light blonde girl in a little red dress looked up at Jingzai lazily, then squatted beside the blue box and began to eat the desserts. Ice cream was her favorite. Yan Ruo, I brought your partner here, Wu Xian said at this moment. Yan Ruo scooped a strawberry sundae in her mouth, but her expression was a little dissatisfied. But, I want a guy that uses ice. She had already sent feedback to Bai Zhe several times, hoping to find a dragon with ice attributes as a partner, but this request had always been rejected. The main reason was that the attributes restrained each other. If they really combined, the lethality would be greatly reduced. Yan Ruo, be good. If you follow Jingzai, you can eat as much ice cream as you want in the future. He is very rich, Wu Xian said. Really? The girl looked at Jingzai doubtfully. To be honest, she still did not have a good impression of this man in a khaki trench coat. But for the sake of an endless supply of ice cream, she could still endure this little bit. Finally, she nodded, all right then. That's right, Yan Ruo. Wu Xian encouraged her. Next, you will carry out a mission together. You need to get rid of a very bad monk. How bad? He likes to eat hot pot. And he often burns hot pot on his head. But I hate hot pot the most. Yan Ruo suddenly became angry. he will definitely die. At this moment, Jing Zhe silently sighed. He did not know if it was right to lead Yen Ruo in this way, but he had to admit that this kind of ignorant girl was indeed easy to deceive. Elsewhere, Zhang Ziqin quickly took Li Xian and Jia Yin back to Battle Sect for help. Jia Yin's condition was okay, but Li Xian's injuries were really serious, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood on the way back. The destructive power of the annihilation-grade diamond gloves had already injured his soul. Given Li Xian's realm, it wouldn't be enough to kill him, but it was already rare for an ancient being to suffer such serious injuries. On his way to Battle Sect, he had already notified the core group, and as soon as he arrived at the mountain entrance, Immortal Toya, Salian Jinren, and Monk Golden Lamp were already there to greet him. How could his injuries be so serious? There's no time to explain, Monk. Let's talk as we go. Carrying Li Xian on his back, Zhang Ziqin was extremely anxious and regretful. He regretted acting on Li Xian's own will and going deep into the enemy's heart without any prior warning. And he had never expected to suffer such a backlash. Of course, Li Xian's injuries might not have been the most critical situation earlier. There was also Wang Ming, who had already been completely manipulated in the airboat. Chapter 1708. We did our best. About half an hour later, Immortal Toya, Salian Jinren and Monk Jin Deng walked out of Battle Sect's sterile operating room with regretful expressions. Immortal Toya took off his mask and gloves as he spoke, leaving Zhang Zipei a little dazed. What people were most afraid of was hearing a doctor say this. Zhang Zipei lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. He had been too confident. Even if Wang Ming had proposed the plan back then, as a senior, he should have stopped him and not acted so arbitrarily. Just as tears were about to seep out of the corners of his eyes, Immortal Toya added, as for the damage to his soul, we'll have to ask Ling Jinren for help later. Not dead? Zhang Zipei's tears immediately stopped and he jerked his head up. As long as I'm here, of course I can't let Senior Li Xian die just like that, said Immortal Toya. Then I'll have to trouble you to say everything in one go next time, it's my fault. Immortal Toya smiled bitterly. Miss Jia Yin is fine. I gave her a hibernation pill so that she can rest longer. If she wakes up and finds out what happened to Mr. Xiaoming, she'll definitely break down. That's all we can do. Zhang Zipei nodded and couldn't help sighing at the same time. He had never been in such a sorry state before, the last time he had cried was a long time ago. Furthermore, the last time he had cried was because Dao ancestor Wang had beaten him up. But there was no point in being sad now, the key was how to remedy the situation. The current situation was worse than he had imagined, Li Xian was seriously injured and Wang Ming had been directly manipulated. Since the establishment of Battle Sect, there hadn't been a worse situation. That man in the khaki trench coat had actually only snapped his fingers twice to injure Li Xian to this extent. It could be said that this was far beyond Zhang Zipei's expectations. Based on the information Zhang Zipei had provided so far, Jin Deng had more or less guessed what had happened. It seems you've already been to Myriad Dragon Mountain. That was a dragon graveyard from ancient times, and the remains of many dragons are buried there, said Monk Jin Deng. Monk Jin Deng said, although I don't know what means they used, from what Brother Zidi said, the man in the khaki trench coat may be a dragon descendant who has inherited the power of the ancient dragons. But the dragon clan is clearly extinct. Hearing this, Zhang Zizai felt that it was unbelievable. Even to many ancient beings like Zhang Zaidan, the dragon race was an absolute legend. It was a powerful cosmic race that had once dominated an era with the Great Old Ones, but had perished before the Great Old Ones. If we can piece together the complete dragon remains, there may be a way to condense the dragon's soul from the remnant dragon breath with supreme magic power, and then use genetic technology to create these human dragon descendants. Jin Deng frowned and said. He knew that this was not the most troublesome thing. Although Zhang Ziqin had only met one of the dragon descendants, this matter had clearly been planned for a long time. The number of dragon descendants behind this was probably far more than this. Of course, the most troublesome problem was that the other party had a chaos weapon with more than 60% chaos concentration and a powerful sequence. It wasn't difficult for Tyrant to guess that these powerful dragon descendant chaos tools were probably refined from dragon bones. It was equivalent to throwing one's natal magic treasure into the chaos to refine it into a custom-made magic treasure. The strength of these magic treasures was much stronger than the magic treasures produced from the chaos. At this thought, Monk Jin Dang couldn't help feeling a little afraid. The only thing he was glad about was that he had already helped Lotus Sun upgrade her Mysterious Sea to 9 cores in advance. With 9 cores of Mysterious Sea, even if these dragon descendants came looking for trouble, Lotus Sun would now be able to protect herself. At that moment, Jin Dang pinched his fingers together to calculate, and the expression on his face was unprecedentedly serious. The world is going to change. He only said 4 words, and everyone present instantly fell silent. They felt an unprecedented pressure. We must report this matter to Ling Jinren and Senior Immortal as soon as possible. Everyone must be on guard against a sneak attack by the dragon descendants. These words dissipated into the air along with Monk Jin Dang's figure, which had turned into a cool breeze. Although he didn't say much, everyone knew that there was going to be a tough battle ahead. Boundless Buddhist Court. This was the Supreme World, which had been opened up by the first generation of the Supreme Buddhist scriptures, and now it had been directly passed down to Monk Jin Dang. At that moment, he was sitting on a huge golden lotus platform. Endless 7-colored Buddhist light pierced through the auspicious clouds above and enveloped the land. Every scene here was filled with the solemn power of Buddhist Dharma, and there was something indescribably astonishing about it. Behind Monk Jin Dang was a golden Sakyamuni Dharma idol that was thousands of meters tall, which was also one of the most solemn symbols of boundless Buddhist court. Since the first generation of the Supreme Buddhist scriptures, Boundless Buddhist Court had been the culmination of the divine power of dozens of eminent monks who had accumulated profound Buddhist Dharma. Jin Dang hadn't wanted to disturb this pure Buddhist land at first, but the situation was urgent, and he had no choice but to come here to guard against it. He had long since guessed that he had been targeted by the dragon descendants, so he had come here early to prepare for battle. It was just that the situation in front of him was beyond his expectations, because there were actually 2 dragon descendants here. When the 7-colored auspicious clouds in the sky were blasted out of a black hole by an extremely powerful dragon breath, he took a deep breath, knowing that the battle was about to begin. It hadn't been a long time since he came to Boundless Buddhist Court, but these 2 dragon descendants could actually penetrate the layers of the void and directly enter the supreme world of others without fear. Such combat power was really frightening. Yen. Be careful. This monk is not a simple character. Jing Zhe was still wearing that trench coat and carrying a black umbrella on his back. From afar, the 2 looked very much like a pair of father and daughter, with the most adorable height difference. Monk Jin Dang opened his eyes. To him, the dragon clan was just a legendary existence. Even for him, it was the first time he had felt such a giant dragon power, so he didn't dare to slack off. After these 2 dragon descendants landed in Boundless Buddhist Court, although they didn't do anything except hold hands and say a few words, Jin Dang had already sensed great danger from them. He could even see the giant dragon Dharma behind the 2 of them. It was a gigantic, orange-yellow giant dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long, and its entire body was crackling with lightning. There was also a slightly smaller flame dragon that was spitting lava from its mouth, and its entire body was crimson like the Great Wall as it twisted its body in the air. The 2 dragons met, and under the interweaving of lightning and fire, there was a powerful momentum that could dominate the world and look down on the universe. You're that monk who likes to eat hot pot. At this moment, Yen opened her mouth, and her soft and cute voice formed a sharp contrast with the powerful Dharma behind her. There was a strong sense of contrast. She stared at Jin Dang, and after stuffing all the ice cream in her hand into her mouth, a murderous intent instantly surged in her eyes. Then, are you ready to die? The next moment, there was a buzzing sound. She broke free from Jing Zhe's hand and leaped out. Her speed was unbelievably fast, and her agile body dragged a long trail of fire as she attacked from afar. She didn't hold back at all, and the moment she got close to Jean Dang, her arm had already turned into a giant dragon claw, slashing at Jean Dang's heart. Chapter 1709. Boom! Suddenly, the infinite Buddhist court trembled, the earth quaked, and the mountains swayed. The golden Buddha's aura that shrouded this supreme world was impacted by the crimson dragon breath, and the colorful auspicious clouds in the sky instantly dispersed. Jean Dang was secretly shocked. She was just a descendant of a dragon synthesized from the genes of a giant dragon, and the power she possessed was far less than the real power of a giant dragon in the early immemorial era. However, the power she could erupt with could reach such a level, which inevitably made Jean Dang feel surprised. The dragon claw solidly hit a layer of eggshell-shaped protective Buddha's aura. The little girl with a baby face did not penetrate Jean Dang's armor, but still left the mark of her dragon ball on the protective Buddha's aura. Crack! The protective Buddha's aura quickly cracked along the dragon claw mark. The descendant of the dragon in front of him was clearly in his supreme world, but she was still unaffected by the suppression of the power of the world and could erupt with such power, which was really terrifying. No wonder Li Xian was seriously injured. Moreover, Jean Dang could see that Yan's fighting strength was actually not as good as the man in the khaki trench coat who was standing behind her and watching from a distance. It was this man who injured Li Xian. This was the first time Jean Dang had fought with a dragon. Although the two descendants of the dragon in front of him could not be called a real giant dragon, the significance and value of this battle was undoubtedly huge in the monk's view. At least it could give him the experience of fighting with the dragon in this life. He did not dare to be careless. Even in his own supreme world, he did not dare to do so. The early immemorial era was the era when the dragon race was in its heyday, and its resounding name had been passed down from ancient times to the present. If it had not been for unknown reasons suffering a disaster, if the giant dragons of the myriad dragon mountain had taken action, they could have beaten the leaders of the outer gods among the old rulers. Then, it's time for this poor monk to make his move. Buzz! The Buddha's aura steamed and gushed out from every pore of Jean Dang's body. Vaguely, the golden statue of Gautama Buddha behind him also soared. All the scenes in the infinite Buddhist court that had been disturbed by the dragon breath were restored, and the original magnificence was restored. The sound of Sanskrit lingered in all directions, forming an encirclement. What a strong qi! This monk is really not easy to deal with. Jingzai was shocked. His scalp immediately turned cold as he felt this was inconceivable. He and Yen were both descendants of dragons, the embodiment of the giant dragon's inheritance at the beginning of the immemorial era. They knew the way of power. Naturally, he also knew how difficult it was for a cultivator to reach the level of the monk. Therefore, in the face of the monk's superhuman strength, Jing Zai's originally relaxed spirit gradually became tense. He clearly knew that this was a test. This was a tough battle, but no matter how difficult it was to deal with the monk, he and Yen had to defeat the monk in front of them. Yen, you can't deal with this monk alone. We need to join forces, Jing Zai said coldly. He had already put on his diamond gloves and was about to attack. Boom! Jean Dang raised his hand, and the golden Buddhist light in the sky instantly transformed into a Buddhist palm that was 100 miles wide, rushing toward the lake with an unstoppable force. A palm technique descending from the sky. Jing Zai frowned. The monk's movements were too fast. Just by sitting there, he was able to use the golden Buddha light that filled the sky of the boundless Buddhist court. A precise long-range attack. This was the performance of using the supreme world to the extreme. It could be said that at this time, the monk and the supreme world were inseparable. The two were one and could be used by each other. Yen took a deep breath and puffed up her little belly. Then, with a whooshing sound, a long dragon-shaped fire pillar gushed out of her mouth. This time, the pillar of fire accurately hit monk Jean Dang's body. However, at the moment when the flames burned the monk, his body instantly turned illusory, turning into a seven-colored cloud and fading away. After the flames disappeared, the part of his body that had disappeared returned to his original body. This is illusory and real coexist. In the distance, Jingzai broke away from the palm technique, descending from the sky, turned into lightning, and quickly brought Yen back to his side. He couldn't let Yen do this kind of useless work anymore. Every step from now on had to be done carefully. This monk was not easy to deal with, and it was useless to just bite the bullet. Although the dragon's spiritual power was as vast as the sea, it was not inexhaustible. After all, one was only 1 year old, and the other was only 7 months old. Jingzai didn't have the confidence to compete with the monk with profound cultivation. Compared with Jin Dang, the dragon's only advantage was their bloodline. It could be seen that Jingzai was very cautious. Even though he was very strong, he didn't act rashly. He's not easy to deal with. Jin Dang opened his eyes, and the word swastika appeared in his pupils. It had been a long time since he had used the swastika. The last time he had opened his eyes was to peek into Wang Ling's universe, but in the end, he had only seen a trace of its outline before he had been blinded in one eye. Fortunately, he had later comprehended the 3 great Buddha fires of the past, present and future, and had used the power of the Buddha fire to repair the broken swastika. Now that he had used the swastika again, he would be dealing with 2 dragon descendants. He had enough confidence. This time, his swastika wouldn't be scrapped. Swish! Taking the descendant of Yen with him, Jingzai left afterimages on the spot. When he steadied himself, he sensed the monk's terrifying swastika eye power from a distance. Yen, listen to me. We're going to use our dragon descendants' chaos weapons, otherwise we won't be this monk's match, Jingzai said. To be honest, before coming here, he had never expected Jin Dang to be so difficult to deal with. But now that Jin Dang had used the swastika, Jingzai instantly recognized the truth. There was no way they could defeat this monk with their current battle strength. They could only use the dragon descendants' chaos weapons and look for an opportunity. Swoosh! At that moment, a powerful golden light seeped out of the swastika, and with an aura that could purify everything, it pounced on Jingzai and Yen. Hello everyone, we'll find gold and coin red envelopes every day on our official account. You can receive them as long as you follow us. This is the last benefit at the end of the year. Please seize this opportunity. Official account then, Jingzai saw the swastika in the monk's pupils spin, and dozens of golden objects were summoned in a flash. They hovered around him. These golden objects were identical in shape and emitted golden light. Each of them was carved with a different pattern of a Buddha's head. Some had benevolent faces, some looked fierce, some looked gentle, and some looked furious. These were 88 Sarira Vajra scepters, refined from the most sacred Buddhist relics of past generations. At that moment, all 88 Vajra scepters appeared behind Jin Dang. The scepter heads spun and aimed at Jingzai and Yen. In an instant, a Buddhist hall seemed to appear behind Jin Dang. Countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas appeared. It was so shocking that it was indescribable. What kind of formidable power was this? It was hard for Jingzai to imagine that a mortal could cultivate to such a level. And what made Jingzai afraid the most was that the monk in front of him had attacked with all his strength without considering any backup plans. At that moment, his gaze was fixed. The 88 Sarira Vajra scepters behind him shot at them like missiles. This monk, Jingzai, was speechless. He was speechless about Jin Dang. Didn't they say that monks should be compassionate? It was all a lie. They were just 2 one-year-old and 7-month-old dragon descendants. How could 2 little dragon-born babies have any bad intentions? Chapter 1710. 88 Vajras were as powerful as missiles with explosive destructive power. They flew all over the sky and turned into golden streamers, dragging long air behind them. Jingzai knew that this was the purifying Buddha's light that came with the Vajra. If ordinary people touched it, they would immediately have the idea of becoming a Buddha and abandon all distracting thoughts. There was only peace and no war in their hearts. If there were only one or a few Vajravajras, he and Yen Rua might be able to deal with it. However, the power of the purifying Buddha's light was greatly multiplied by 88 Vajras. If they were hit, the result would be hard to say. These Vajra scepters were all refined from the holy sariras of past Buddhist paragon sages. They were imbued with extraordinary powers and had extraordinary effects. Purifying Buddhist light was also the base of every Buddhist spell. After all, Buddhists emphasized compassion. The existence of purifying Buddhist light was to wear down one's will to fight, so that one would be shrouded in Buddhist light until one had no temper to speak of. Of course, Jingzai would not let the golden lamp do as it wished. He guarded Yen Rua cautiously behind him and quickly locked his aura on the Vajra flying in front of him. Devouring heavenly stars. Jingzai shouted. With a snap, a familiar finger snap came from the diamond glove on Jingzai's hand. He locked his aura on multiple Vajra flying toward him at the same time and snapped his fingers to detonate them. Stars suddenly appeared in the void, and then there was a loud explosion. A chaotic aura was generated from inside the Vajra and then directly exploded, blowing up more than a dozen Vajra on the spot. However, there were too many Vajra. Jingzai was unable to clear all the Vajra in a short time when they took turns to cover each other. Monk's face was as calm as an ancient well, and his eyes fell lightly on the diamond glove on Jingzai's hand. The exclusive dragon descendant chaos device was indeed extraordinary. If it weren't for the number advantage on his side, his Vajra would have been neutralized with a few snaps of his fingers. This was the power of a third-level sequence, annihilation-grade chaos device. However, it was not completely without shortcomings. The diamond glove was unparalleled in power, but it could not attack in a wide range. It was a type of magic weapon for precise attacks. When Jingzai took out the diamond glove, Monk had been on guard. This was the glove that had sent Li Xian into the intensive care unit with 2 snaps of his fingers. It was impossible for him not to be on guard. In the case of precaution, the effect of the diamond gloves on the golden lamp was not that great. Because he'd long since become one with the boundless Buddhist court. If they wanted to destroy him, they would have to destroy this supreme world as well. This supreme world called the Amitayus Buddhist court was a pure land of bliss created by generations of Buddhist sages using their own cultivation. How could it be destroyed so easily? Jingzai felt that his diamond gloves were about to burst into flames. However, facing the 88 Vajra pestles that were about to attack him, even though he had already dealt with some of them, the efficiency of using the diamond gloves to deal with them was too low. At this moment, he felt the earth and mountains behind him shaking. The depths of this golden pure land of ultimate bliss began to riot, and the sound of a huge flood could be heard. Endless boiling lava overflowed from the surface and poured out in torrents. "Monk, don't bully him," Yen Rua shouted. Tyrant was stunned by the scene. The power of the dragon descendant was much stronger than he had imagined. He could actually change the structure of the environment in the supreme world of others and create a terrain that was beneficial to him. This was difficult for an ordinary cultivator to do. Moreover, because Tyrant had already activated the swastika, he was sure that this was not an illusion, but a real red tide. Monstrous red lava spewed out from the ground with an amazing power and murderous aura, just like the scene in the movie The Shining where endless blood gushed out from the crack of the door. And in this monstrous lava, Tyrant heard the clanking sound of iron chains. A crimson iron hammer that was completely disproportionate to Yen Rua's size was pulled out of the lava by Yen Rua. The back of the iron hammer was connected to a chain made of lava. It was hard to imagine that such a huge object was actually a dragon descendant chaos artifact of such a little girl. Sky-burning chain hammer. The ultimate artifact of light that had reached the 4th level of the chaotic sequence. Previously, Wuxin had mentioned it to Jingzai, but when he saw such a light artifact being taken out by Yen Rua, he still felt that it was unreal. Boom! A large area of fire erupted from the ground of Amitabha Buddhist court. In his eyes, countless virtual images of fire creatures appeared behind him. Fire birds, fire horses, fire leopards. The densely packed fire creatures filled the horizon, running forward to kill. They were completely unafraid of death and rushed towards the remaining Vajraceptors. The number of these thousands of soldiers and horses far exceeded Tyrant's Vajraceptor. In an instant, an area of Amitabha Buddhist court turned into a sea of fire. The purification light of the Vajraceptor was limited to competing with these fire creatures before it even got close to its destination. The power of purification turned these magma creatures summoned by the sky-burning chain hammer into bubbles and steam. However, there were too many of these creatures. While Tyrant's Vajraceptor was delayed, Jing Zai's finger-snapping didn't stop. Not long after, all 88 Vajraceptors were destroyed. It's a chaos artifact of the light sequence. This sky-burning chain hammer was beyond Tyrant's expectations. He never expected that this seemingly weak little girl would have such a chaos artifact that had reached the 4th level. Boom! Several gorillas burning with flames rushed over. They could be as tall as 10 feet. Their bodies were agile, and they attacked from behind in an attempt to sneak attack Tyrant. Jin Deng didn't even look at them. He just silently chanted Buddhist scriptures with his palms together. A golden light spread out in all directions from the lotus he was sitting on. In an instant, these flame gorillas were shaken to ashes. At the same time, this was also Tyrant's clearing of the area, trying to restore order to the supreme world. A large area of the sea of fire dissipated, but there was still a small area burning with flames. This surprised Tyrant. He had never seen a chaos artifact of the light sequence. Now that he saw it in the hands of a dragon, he was at a loss. It could only be said that the chaos artifact of the light sequence was too domineering. It was like a ray of light that couldn't be dispersed. As long as it shone on a part of the world, it would never dissipate. At this moment, Jin Deng closed his eyes. Things had developed to this point. Other than using 100% of his strength, it seemed that it wasn't enough. He had to take out some trump cards to respond. Buzz! The next moment, 3 Buddha fires of the past, present, and future appeared. They lingered around Jin Deng. This was something he had obtained through the epiphany of reincarnation. It was also one of the strongest trump cards in his hands. He just didn't know whether it was stronger or weaker than this light artifact. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and you will be saved. Before activating the Buddha fire, he transmitted his voice in the supreme world, giving a final warning to the 2 dragon descendants, Yen Ruo and Jing Zai. Chapter 1711. The light of Buddha blazed and instantly filled the entire supreme world. It turned out that Jing Zai had still underestimated the monk's combat power. In the long river of history, there had never been a person among the Buddhist sages who could gather the past, present, and future Buddhist fires into one. His heart trembled, and he didn't dare be careless anymore. Like Yen Ruo, he maintained a solemn and vigilant expression. Monk Jin Deng sat on a Buddha lotus, the 3 Buddha fires circling around him in an incomparably solemn and dignified manner. At the same time, the illusory images of Buddhas that filled the sky appeared behind him like a mirage, and they all inadvertently stared at Jing Zai and Yen Ruo in front of them. Monk, is this all you've got? Jing Zai opened his mouth. He hadn't moved, but Jin Deng was surprised. He had thought that apart from Wang Ling and Wang Nuan, there was almost no one else in the world who could speak or move under the gaze of all the Buddhas in the boundless Buddhist court. This was already the ultimate pressure brought on by the entire boundless Buddhist court. He hadn't expected the dragon descendant in front of him to be able to withstand it. After a brief moment of surprise, Jin Deng began to lecture again. The eternal dragon clan once commanded the universe, and was the strongest existence in the universe. Ha, it seems that you're not muddle-headed, monk. You know how strong we are. Jing Zai sneered and crossed his arms. Yen Ruo and I haven't inherited 100% of the dragon's power. We've only activated 50% of it. If we had 100%, I could deal with you on my own. Winning or losing isn't the key. What this humble monk wants to tell you is, as the descendants of the eternal dragon clan, does it feel good to live under someone else's roof and be enslaved? The monk said. Live under someone else's roof? Jingzai laughed again. We, the dragon descendants, have never felt like living under someone else's roof. We're just using each other. In fact, he had a contract with Yen Roa, and his current relationship with Baizhou was indeed just an employer-employee relationship with Bao Bai Group. Baizhou was naturally well aware of this. Since they were the heirs of the dragon clan, it wouldn't be easy to completely enslave them. Thus, the best way was to sign an employer-employee relationship, with the restoration of the dragon clan as a prerequisite. Before the dragon clan was completely revived, the resurrected dragon descendants would become his workers. This was Baizhou's original plan. For the resurrected dragon descendants, they had to learn a lot of modern knowledge, and to survive in the modern cultivation society, it was necessary to be affiliated with a modern enterprise. Therefore, in Jingzai's opinion, there was no enslavement at all. All the dragon descendants were treated extremely well in Bao Bai. There was no overtime, number 996, and they would not die suddenly because their leaders worked overtime. In fact, every awakened dragon descendant could even get their own core world as a fief. In Jingzai's opinion, such treatment was very fair. What they needed to do was to kill a few people in their spare time. The dragon race was good at fighting. Such an attribute was engraved in their bones. Naturally, it would not disappear. There are many paths to choose from. You don't necessarily have to choose this path. The golden lamp monk sat on the Buddhist lotus and advised earnestly. He had originally tried to persuade the two lost dragon descendants, but he found that they had fallen too deep and seemed to have taken Baizhou's side as the truth of the universe. Monk, no matter how much you say, I won't listen to you. Dare I ask, do you have the means to resurrect us brothers and sisters one by one using only that complete dragon skeleton? No. The monk shook his head and told the truth. Because he really didn't have such a heaven-defying method, resurrection wasn't his specialty to begin with. After all, his professional skills were consecration, helping people reincarnate, and physical expiation. Hearing this, Jingzai smiled. You can't, but that Mr. Bai can. For us dragon descendants, he is the only truth in this vast universe. But there is more than one path to the truth. Among the people I know, there is also this truth, the monk said in response to what Jingzai had just said. He was already doing his best to hint at Baizhou's existence, but it seemed that Jingzai and Yan Feng had already set their sights on Baizhou. No matter what he said, the two dragons didn't seem moved. Someone you know? Monk, you're also bragging. Jingzai laughed. A monk doesn't lie. Golden Lamp shook his head and said patiently, you've been deceived too deeply. It's not certain who will be deceived. Everything was as the monk thought. Jingzai didn't believe him at all. As you say, monk, there is more than one truth. There is more than one truth. Killing you is also a truth. The negotiation failed. Golden Lamp sighed darkly. Under the circumstances, there seemed to be no room for negotiation. Boom! The next moment, Jingzai attacked again. He finally pulled out the black umbrella on his back, held it up, and threw it into the air. The black umbrella spun with an unimaginable power as it buzzed and formed a huge black hole in the air. In an instant, all the golden Buddha light in the supreme world was absorbed by the black umbrella in the air. The situation was once again beyond Golden Lamp's expectations. He hadn't expected the black umbrella on Jingzai's back to actually be a Sequence 3 chaos weapon, and its ability to absorb the core world for its own use. In an instant, he could feel the vast and boundless Buddhist court gradually shrinking at an accelerated rate. Monk, you are one with the boundless Buddhist court. If I devour it, you will die for sure, said Jingzai. Originally, he didn't want to expose the black umbrella's ability, but the monk's repeated exhortations had angered him. He believed that the truth he chose couldn't be wrong, and he didn't believe that the dragons were at the mercy of others. They were just carrying out their jobs, and they weren't slaves, as the monk said. The boundless Buddhist court was being nibbled away bit by bit. Jingzai thought that the monk would use the 3 holy Buddha fires he had conjured to resist, but Golden Lamp's next move was far beyond his expectations. Because in front of him, the monk sitting on the Buddha lotus had extinguished the 3 holy Buddha fires. "Monk, what are you doing? You know you're no match for me, so you give up resisting?" Faced with Golden Lamp's choice, Jingzai was extremely puzzled. He tried to provoke the Golden Lamp, but the monk was still as calm as before. Monk Golden Lamp put his palms together and said in a flat tone, "In ancient times, there was a Buddha who cut his flesh to feed the eagle. What's my boundless Buddhist court? If this penniless monk's death can allow the 2 of you to find the true truth, then this penniless monk can die without regrets. Monk, resist for me. Resist. I don't want you to lose to me like this. You're humiliating me," roared Jingzai. But once the God-devouring umbrella was opened, even he couldn't stop it. Seeing the boundless Buddhist court gradually being nibbled away, Jingzai felt very uncomfortable. He had wanted a fierce battle to gain experience, but seeing Golden Lamp not resist at the end of the battle and let him nibble away at it, this was a great humiliation for the warlike dragon clan. An unprecedented humiliation. At the last moment before the boundless Buddhist court was nibbled away by the God-devouring umbrella, Monk Golden Lamp looked up and told Jingzai one last thing, "My ancestral king token will give you the answer. A Buddha called Wang Ling." Hearing this, Jingzai was instantly stunned. Chapter 1712. The moment Monk Golden Lamp's aura disappeared, Wang Ling, Wang Ying and Death Heavenly Tao sensed it almost at the same time. This fearless spirit of sacrificing oneself to save the world was in line with the monk's usual style. It was just that Wang Ling was a little displeased that he had thrown this mess back at him. He hadn't killed these 2 dragon descendants, and had instead chosen to be swallowed up by the God-devouring umbrella, because he wanted them to understand the importance of freedom, and not willingly take on the identity of a dragon as a willing laborer for a shady villain. As for Jingzai and Yan, Wang Ling himself wasn't very sure whether they would be able to comprehend it in the end. The only thing he knew was that if these 2 dragons ended up coming for him, given that he didn't know when to hold back, they would probably die. Monk Golden Lamp's situation is more complicated. He probably isn't completely dead, but on his deathbed, said Death Heavenly Tao. Wang Ling, Wang Ying and Death Heavenly Tao had received a lot of information from Monk Golden Lamp. On his deathbed? Does that mean he's not completely dead? Asked Wang Ying. That sequence 3 God-devouring umbrella has the ability to swallow the inner world and make it its own. But for some reason, that dragon called Jingzai only swallowed Monk Golden Lamp's inner world, and hasn't digested it yet, said Death Heavenly Tao. That is to say, if he hasn't digested it. As long as he breaks that black umbrella, the undigested inner world will automatically be released, and the monk will be able to come back with it, right? Said Wang Ying. In theory, yes. Death Heavenly Tao nodded, but there was a worried expression on his face. These 2 dragon descendants are very strong. Even if Monk Golden Lamp didn't give up resisting in the end, it would still be a bitter fight. If even the monk is in such a state, if anyone else were to run into him, they would definitely be dead meat. I don't think there's any need to be so pessimistic. The only way to prevent such a situation from happening is that Lord Ling has already made preparations. What preparations? As Death Heavenly Tao and Wang Ying talked, Wang Ling displayed the mountainous pile of talismans in the space of his king's eye. Death Heavenly Tao recognized them almost immediately. Death substitute talismans? He remembered that his brother had been forced to draw the survival Heavenly Tao in order to save Lotus Sun last time. Fortunately, Lotus Sun had been quickly rescued and hadn't been affected by the power of the curse. But there were still more than one. 7 million extra death substitute talismans, which were now piled up like a mountain in his king's eye. If he sold it, he would become the richest person in the world. So Ling Zhenren means, that's right. The commander had already bound these death substitution talismans to everyone who was related to him. Make sure that they are not affected by this incident. Wang Ying laughed. If these resurrected people know nothing about my lord's ability, there will be an additional memory erasure effect, and they will forget their memories of the period before and after their death. I will pretend that nothing happened. More than 7 million death substitute talismans. Death Heavenly Dao facepalmed and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was a professional Heavenly Dao. You never smile. Unless he couldn't help it, but this was really too funny. More than 7 million lives. Even if these two dragon descendants were strong enough to turn people into ashes with one slap, wouldn't they still curse when faced with people who were continuously resurrected and reassembled by the death substitute talismans? Furthermore, while these death substitute talismans had been created by survival Heavenly Dao, Wang Ling had in fact enchanted the materials used to make the talismans, and had enchanted them again after the death substitute talismans were completed. The death substitute talismans could resurrect whoever they wanted. And they were unstoppable. No matter what method the other party used, they couldn't be interrupted. Elsewhere, the demon-revealing mirror trio of Lupi Toad, Xiang Yi, and Qin Zong also received the message that the monk had gone to, between the dying. Can this really make those two dragon babies wake up? Xiang Yi expressed his doubts about Golden Lamp Monk's method. Maybe it will work, said Qin Zong. After all, among the ancient ones, excluding Dao ancestor Wang, apart from Peng Shiren, Monk Golden Lamp was the most experienced. There had to be a reason why Monk Golden Lamp had chosen to do this. But what he was more worried about was the crazy retaliation of these two dragon descendants later on. This race was innately belligerent, and the monk's action was a disgrace to them. Actually, I'm not afraid of fighting, what I'm afraid of is that they won't come. The death substitute talismans on Lord Ling's side are already ready. There are more than 7 million of them. Lupi Toad replied confidently. It had also received news about the deployment of the death substitute talismans, which gave it a lot of confidence. At the very least, it could do whatever it wanted in the upcoming operation without risking its life. Ha ha ha, as expected of Ling Jinren, that's how he does things. Qin Zong laughed. At that moment, the three of them had already arrived at the ground floor of Lu Weiji's staff apartment, where Gu Xuanji lived. They had come to verify Gu Xuanji's identity, and they all had a vague, ominous feeling about this. Lu Weiji wasn't home when the door opened, and Gu Xuanji didn't look much different from his usual self as he smiled brightly. You're here. Come in. It was impossible to see any difference on the outside. But even without the beauty mirror, Qin Zong could already sense that something was wrong. He felt that there was something wrong with Gu Xuanji. It was an indescribable feeling, which could also be said to be Qin Zong's sixth sense. When he quickly took out the beauty mirror and held it in front of Gu Xuanji's face in the mirror almost instantly twisted. Good heavens, it really isn't. Qin Zong cried out in alarm. At the same time, the thought plague in Gu Xuanji's body also swiftly pushed Qin Zong away. Damn it! He hadn't expected to be discovered even though he had been hiding so well, he hadn't even warmed this body yet. Don't come over. In the face of the threat from Lupi Toad, Qin Zong, and Xiang Yi, there was a smack. So fast. He raised his sword fingers and pressed them against his throat. If you come over, I can't guarantee your friend's life. He made this threat. However, Lupi Toad, Qin Zong and Xiang Yi all had cold expressions on their faces. Two people and one dog looked at each other, then Xiang Yi took out a 9-yang divine sword, which was a pistol, from his waist, and fired a shot at Gu Xuanji's head. In a flash, Gu Xuanji's brain and blood splattered, and he lay in a pool of blood. The thought plague that had invaded Gu Xuanji's body would never have thought that this bunch of people would actually be so heartless to their friend. When the host's body died, the host would naturally wither away at an extremely fast speed. In fact, Not long after the thought plague completely withered away, the tissue fluid flowing on the ground returned to Gu Xuanji's head at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the correct way to use the death substitute talisman. Gu Xuanji frowned. Lying on the ground, he felt a slight headache. He rubbed his head and got up. This time, it was the real Gu Xuanji. He felt like he had just had a nightmare. It felt like someone had shot him in the head. Chapter 1713. I didn't expect Brother Xiang Yi's 9-yang divine sword to actually have a pistol version. Qin Zong clicked his tongue in wonder. Times have changed, we always have to prepare more. Xiang Yi wiped the 9-yang divine sword, pistol version, in his hand and smiled. In addition to the pistol version, I also have submachine guns, shotguns, assault rifles and Gatling guns. These guns are made of the same material as the main sniper, but their range and intelligence aren't as good as the main snipers. Each has its pros and cons. It could be seen that Xiang Yi's 9-yang divine sword was indeed astonishingly powerful. Needless to say, the main sniper's power didn't need to be mentioned, but it was already very incredible that the pistol version could directly headshot Gu Xuanji. When all was said and done, Gu Xuanji was a keeper of order appointed by the heavenly Tao. Who knew he would be so dishonorable? It could only be said that Gu Xuanji wasn't strong enough at the moment. Secondly, the thought plague lurking in Gu Xuanji's body thought it had disguised itself very well and wasn't on guard against them. I never thought you'd have such a day. Qin Zong couldn't help laughing inwardly when he saw Gu Xuanji crawl up from the ground with his hands over his head. The timeline he had come to was before Gu Xuanji had been assigned to his universe. Picking himself up from the ground, Gu Xuanji cast a spell to calm his thoughts. He then immediately saw Xiang Yi, Qin Zong, and the emerald green loopy toad standing in front of him. "Brother Gu, you fell for it," said Loopy Toad. It put its dog paw on Gu Xuanji's shoulder, and in an instant, Gu Xuanji knew everything that had happened so far. "I wasn't cautious enough." He sighed and then looked at Xiang Yi and Qin Zong in front of him. Gu Xuanji knew the origins of the two men, especially Qin Zong's. He had long since figured it out. Who would have thought that the person he would train in the future would actually return to the previous timeline and laugh at him instead? Gu Xuanji was a little displeased, but he didn't directly show it. Now that the enemy was right in front of them, they had to stick together. As for anything else, he could only settle the score later. After he received the mission to go to the 10th universe, he would definitely show Qin Zong what the heavenly Tao was like. "Greetings, everyone." He bowed and then took the initiative to extend his hand. Xiang Yi was enthusiastic and quickly returned the handshake. But Qin Zong turned his gaze away as if he hadn't seen it, and chatted with Loopy Toad about the thought plague. "I never thought that the thought plague would be able to invade even those of order so easily. The situation doesn't look good." The corners of Gu Xuanji's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he withdrew the hand he had intended to shake Qin Zong's. Although it didn't sound like there was anything wrong with it, Gu Xuanji still felt that there was something strange about it. Loopy Toad could only break out in a sweat like this. After all, it's part of the system of the old rulers. It's not strange for an ancient creature to have this ability. Right now, the most important thing is to confirm their identities. Right now, the members are too scattered. If we check them one by one, we might not have enough time. After he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. "I have an idea." At this moment, Gu Xuanji said, "It's just that it might be a little violent." Loopy Toad, "What is it?" Gu Xuanji, "Send out a notice, gather all the core members of the battle sect here." Loopy Toad, "Meet here." Gu Xuanji, "Then shoot them as soon as you enter." Qin Zong, it had to be said that in Qin Zong's opinion, this method was very much in line with Gu Xuanji's usual style. In any case, thanks to the death substitute talisman, these thought plague victims definitely wouldn't be able to react in time if they were suddenly killed. The specific way to deal with them could be the same as when Xiang Yi had collapsed in a pool of blood earlier. When the host's body died, the thought plague would also wither, and the death substitute talisman would activate the resurrection mechanism. Xiang Yi trembled when he heard this. So, Senior Gu wants me to offend the entire battle sect on my own. He was just a guest official who had just joined the sect a few days ago, and he wanted to blow up everyone's heads. He wasn't a devil, Gu Xuanji, Brother Xiang, you're wrong. Special times naturally require special treatment. I believe that the brothers of the other battle sect won't blame Brother Xiang when they learn about this. It's just a reset for each core member of the battle sect. Xiang Yi, he didn't know why, but no matter how he listened, it sounded a little unreliable. At that moment, Loopy Toad seemed to think of something. By the way, I remember that the 9-Yang Divine Sword has the ability to automatically lock onto an enemy's head from a distance and blow it up. Xiang Yi had a bad feeling. Yes, we do. You just need to provide the relevant photos, Loopy Toad, that's even better. If we use this method, we might as well directly blow up their heads from a distance. If we gather everyone and open the door to kill them, I think it might make them raise their guard. If one of them is invaded again, I'm afraid the plan will be directly exposed. Do we really have to do that? Xiang Yi was still a little scared. The situation is urgent. It's too inefficient to check them one by one. Loopy Toad sighed and floated in the air as it patted Xiang Yi on the shoulder and said, I'll leave the rest to you, Brother Xiang. Xiang Yi, but I need photos of them, Gu Xuanji immediately said. There are 1-inch and 2-inch ID photos of all the core members in the archive at the back of Battle Sect, including their profile. Loopy Toad nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you to prepare this assassination list. Xiang Yi. God likes assassination list. Sure enough, he had told the truth. On the other side, Wang Ling, Wang Ying, and Death Heavenly Dao had a clear goal. After ascertaining that they would distribute the remaining death substitute talismans to everyone in Battle's sect as insurance, they immediately set out to search for the little girl, Qin Xiaomu, who had been invaded by the thought plague. According to Wang Ling's judgment, the thought plague in Qin Xiaomu's body was most likely a parent, or a component that had an important connection with the parent. At the very least, it was the first wave that had been separated from the parent. If they could find Qin Xiaomu, they might be able to follow the clues and directly track the parent. Because he had resurrected Qin Xiaomu's parents earlier, Wang Ling took advantage of their inattentiveness to pluck out a strand of hair from each of them. Using the Great Blood Origin spell, Wang Ling compared the 2 strands of hair DNA and then traced them. Very quickly, Qin Xiaomu's coordinates converged into a flashing red dot on the massive map of the universe in Wang Ling's mind, and it grew larger and larger. According to the information provided by the hospital, Qin Xiaomu had disappeared after being taken to the hospital, and no one knew where she had gone. Wang Ling thought that the thought plague which had invaded Qin Xiaomu's body would report the situation to Bao Bai Group. But the moment the coordinates in Wang Ling's mind gradually became clear, he suddenly froze. These coordinates, Wang Ling muttered in a low voice, and Death Heavenly Dao happened to hear him. Ling Zhenren, what's wrong with these coordinates? On the side, Wang Ying, who was crossing his arms, also frowned. These coordinates are at Miss Rong's villa. But I don't understand, after it invaded Qin Xiaomu's body, what is it doing there? Chapter 1714. It was still 8:00 in the evening on December 26th. 4 hours had passed since Jin Dang and Lotus Sun had returned to the real world after upgrading Mysterious Sea into a 9-cores spirit sword in the Mountain of Backtrack. Too many things had happened in 4 hours. The appearance of the thought plague had enveloped all of Songhai City in a haze. Lotus Sun obediently stayed in her room with the 9-cores Mysterious Sea in her hand. Before long, the head maid, Auntie Chiu, knocked on the door and entered with a tray. On the tray was a pot of freshly made hand-ground coffee, 2 cubes of sugar, and a cup of fresh milk. "Miss, aren't you going out for a walk today?" Auntie Chiu asked. Seeing Lotus Sun staying at home and looking out the window, she felt that something was off and couldn't help feeling worried. "It's fine, Auntie Chiu." Lotus Sun smiled. "Just leave the coffee on the table. I'll drink it later." She naturally had her own reasons for choosing to stay in seclusion. Now that Mysterious Sea had been upgraded to a 9-core spirit sword, she was worried that using it casually might harm unrelated people. Of course, the most important thing was that Wang Ling seemed to hope that she wouldn't go anywhere. It would be best if she stayed at home, which would also avoid some unnecessary trouble, but today was a special day. It was clearly Wang Ling's birthday. Recalling the embarrassing scene when she had visited the Wang family's small villa earlier, she couldn't help blushing a little. Just thinking about it was embarrassing. She had clearly gone to wish Wang Ling a happy birthday. In the end, he only gave her crispy noodle snacks and didn't even have the time to give her a blessing. After returning from the Mountain of Origins, the more Lotus Sun thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. She sat at her desk and stared at the scene outside the window in a daze. The smartphone on the desk opened the message editing page. She had originally typed a long string of words, but she felt that it was a little too long-winded as a birthday greeting, so she deleted it. Thus, Lotus Sun rested her head in her hands and fell into a dilemma. Because if he sent a text message, she felt that this was a little too insincere. Just as her thoughts were drifting, Auntie Chiu pushed the door open and walked in, bringing her back to reality. When she looked out of the window, she saw a maid walking in with a little girl in a red dress. "Aunt Chiu, why is there a little girl in the yard? Whose child is this?" Lotus Sun asked. "I was just about to talk to Miss about this." Auntie Chiu replied, "This is Gardener Zhang San's daughter. I heard that she's from the countryside and has never entered the city. Now that she's finally in the city, she wants to take a look around. But I remember that Uncle Zhang San isn't." "You're right, Mississippi Zhang San is infertile. However, when he was young, he saved some sperm. It was said that he wanted to find a rich woman who would like him and sell it. In the end, he really found one." Auntie Chiu said confidently, "I heard it's a blonde foreign woman called Mariana. His family owned a winery and was very rich. Through the big data comparison, we finally found Zhang San's sperm bank data. So this little girl is the daughter of that foreign woman called Mariana?" "Not really. The situation is more complicated." Auntie Chiu said, "In order to maintain her figure, Mariana doesn't want to be a pregnant woman. So I found a surrogate." "Surrogacy? But isn't this illegal?" "Yes, it's illegal. But isn't Zhang San a lawless madman? I heard that when the little girl was 7 months pregnant, Mariana didn't want her anymore and wanted to abort her no matter what. She felt that after the child was born, it would affect her career." Auntie Chiu sighed and said, "So not long after the child was born, she was brought back to China and has always been taken care of by Zhang San and his parents. Speaking of which, she's a pitiful girl." After listening to the whole story, Lotus Sun was stunned. She didn't know why, but she felt that this story sounded a little familiar. It was very much like material extracted from the present world, and it was full of twists and turns and strangeness. It made people gasp in amazement, but also felt their worldview shatter. Finding a surrogate to give birth was illegal in the first place, and then suddenly going back on her word and wanting to abort the child in the middle of the process left people speechless. Not only did she not intend to raise the child after it was born, but she also did everything she could to distance herself from it. This fully reflected the nature of a scumbag woman. Reality proved that scumbags didn't discriminate between men and women. The good and evil of human nature could never be divided by gender, let alone judged by thinking. Because human nature was a pool of deep water, and you would never know how deep it was. By the way, why does Auntie Chiu know so much? Lotus Sun took a sip of her coffee and looked like she was watching a melon. "That's right. The employees in our courtyard don't have any secrets. Besides, Zhang San said it himself. It's not that we're nosy." Auntie Chiu said, "Miss Fang Xing, we'll look after this little girl and won't disturb you." She'll be sent off in a few days. Okay, the truth was that Lotus Sun was still a little dazed. Because this story was so bizarre and twisted, it sounded like it was true, but it also didn't feel like it was true. After the head maid left, she looked at the little girl who was running around in the yard. Suddenly, she started to imagine if she would have such a day too. What are you thinking about, Rong Rong? At that moment, Sun Yinger popped her head out again and couldn't help laughing. Are you thinking about having a child with Wang Ling in the future? Before she could finish speaking, Lotus Sun covered her mouth tightly. What nonsense are you talking about, I'm not thinking about that. He, you don't mean it. Sun Yinger was overjoyed in her heart. She just loved seeing Lotus Sun so embarrassed that she wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. Looking at Sun Yinger's smug expression, Lotus Sun couldn't help retorting. You're talking about me, aren't you the same? You go out with President Ng every night, who knows when you'll come back one day with a big belly. I'm not. Sun Yinger snorted. Who wants to have a child with him? He's a hooligan. Damn pervert. Lecher. Big asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'll never like him for the rest of my life. He's forcing me. Forcing me. There's no use in forcing my feelings. Besides, I'm not going to do anything with him. Lotus Sun hadn't expected Sun Yinger's reaction to be so big, and she shouted excitedly. Lotus Sun wanted to say something to calm Sun Yinger down a little, but in the next second, her voice abruptly stopped. Because Wang Ling, Wang Ying, and Death Heavenly Dao had suddenly appeared in her room in a flash. At this moment, Wang Ying pinched Sun Yinger's chin and smiled coldly. You, say it again. Chapter 17-15. Suddenly being pinched by a familiar hand, Sun Yinger was scared out of her wits. Her mind filled in the blanks, and she could almost imagine being tortured by Wang Ying in space at 8:00 sharp. This was a typical case of a loose tongue causing trouble. Sun Yinger had done this more than once, so when Wang Ying pinched her chin, he looked very angry on the surface, but in fact, he was very happy in his heart. He had a feeling that Sun Yinger was doing this on purpose to provoke him so that she could continue doing that kind of thing with him. So, are you trying to reject me? He stared at Sun Yinger with a profound look in his eyes. Sun Yinger's mouth was covered. She didn't dare to move or speak, but in her heart, she was cursing and calling Wang Ying a pervert. She actually didn't quite understand why every time a girl said no, guys always felt that it was an ironic word. After interacting with Wang Ying for the past few days, Sun Yinger actually knew how to deal with Wang Ying, which was to scold her behind her back, but in fact, it had nothing to do with her at all. As long as she admitted defeat and acted coquettishly, Wang Ying wouldn't do anything to her. So she squeezed out a few drops of tears from her eyes and looked at Wang Ying pitifully. Ugh, you're hurting me. This exquisite performance didn't look fake, which made Wang Ying loosen her grip a little. Seeing that Wang Ying backed down, Sun Yinger knew that her plan had succeeded. She quickly changed the topic and said, now is not the time to talk about this, I'll deal with you tonight. Wang Ying smiled and let go of his hand. He knew that Sun Yinger was changing the topic, and it was her usual trick. He liked to bully Sun Yinger, but recently, Wang Ying found that he couldn't do anything about Sun Yinger's pitiful appearance. Especially recently, after Sun Yinger learned to act like a spoiled child from who knows where, he still could not harden his heart to deal a heavy blow. Wang Ling, CEO Ng, and Senior Death Heavenly Dao, why are you here? Lotus Sun asked at that moment. Seeing that the atmosphere was starting to become a little stiff, she could only help to change the topic. Of course, it was mainly to stop Wang Ying and Sun Yinger from openly flirting in front of her and Wang Ling. Yes, as far as Lotus Sun was concerned, this was just plain flirting. She and Wang Ling hadn't made any progress yet. She was so envious of him. Wang Ling, after a few seconds of silence, Death Heavenly Tao, who was wearing the uniform of number 60 middle school's colonel, finally cleared his throat and said, "Miss Rong, don't you think there's something wrong?" Lotus Sun thought about it carefully. She had been staying in her own house all this time. If there was anything out of the ordinary, it was that gardener Zhang San's daughter that Auntie Chiu had mentioned to her earlier. "There's a little girl in a red dress in the yard downstairs." Auntie Chiu said that she's the daughter of our gardener, Zhang San. "I've always felt that something was wrong," she said truthfully. "That's right, she's the one we're looking for," Death Heavenly Tao replied. "This little girl is the thought plague in disguise. Her name is Qin Xiaomu. It should have nothing to do with your gardener. I'm afraid the thought plague has taken control of Miss Rong's servants and put on a show together. So they want to target me. We still don't know what the goal of this group of thought plague is. That's why we can't alert them." Wang Ying continued, "So, we still need you to cooperate with us on this matter." "Then what should I do?" Lotus Sun asked curiously. "It's very simple, just let us enter your body," said Death Heavenly Tao. Wang Ling, he had a serious expression on his face, but as soon as he said this, Lotus Sun's face suddenly flushed red. Perhaps realizing that his words were ambiguous, Death Heavenly Tao hurriedly corrected himself. "To be precise, it's the sword spirit space. That way, we can fully guarantee Miss Rong's safety." Lotus Sun's realm wasn't high enough, so she naturally didn't have her own core world. But now that she had the passive ability of becoming one with the sword, with Mysterious Sea, which was shared with Lotus Sun's sword spirit space, its spatial ability was no less than that of a normal core world. In fact, the 9-core Mysterious Sea's sword spirit space was already on par with a supreme world. Lotus Sun naturally knew what Death Heavenly Tao was talking about. Given the 9-core Mysterious Sea's current power, its sword spirit space could accommodate 300 million or even 3 billion people, let alone 3. She had been protected by Wang Ling and Golden Lamp before, and had been to their intrinsic spirit fields or core worlds. She had never thought that one day Wang Ling would also enter hers. But there was always a first time in life. Lotus Sun had seen a lot of things, and while she was a little surprised by this sudden proposal, she quickly regained her composure. She wanted to help Wang Ling. Furthermore, she definitely wouldn't let him down. With this in mind, she released her Mysterious Sea Sword Qi, and at the same time, opened a hole in the air with her fingers, allowing Wang Ling, Wang Ying, and Death Heavenly Tao to enter her sword spirit space. Elsewhere, Qin Xiaomu, who had already successfully infiltrated Lotus Sun's house, thought that his plan was flawless. The organization had sent her here at first to keep an eye on her, but after Golden Lamp had been killed, the organization's higher-ups had changed their plans. According to reliable intelligence, this ordinary female cultivator from Earth had a total of 9 Heavenly Tao magic cubes on her, and these 9 magic cubes would be the key to their next master plan. Next, he just needed to find a way to enter Lotus Sun's body. However, Qin Xiaomu knew that it wouldn't be that easy to enter Lotus Sun's body. According to the information the group had obtained, Lotus Sun's body had been blessed, and random invasions could be dangerous. But the strength of the thought plague was that apart from invading a single person, they could also invade in teams. This was a method that they would only choose when facing powerful cultivators. However, because of Lotus Sun's special status, Qin Xiaomu had to make sure that nothing went wrong. So after being brought to Lotus Sun's house, he mobilized his forces and used his own method of breeding and spreading the infection. Thus, over 95% of the more than 100 servants in Lotus Sun's residence were already under his control. Of course, he had also cautiously left behind some who were close to Lotus Sun, and deliberately didn't let them be controlled in order to make Lotus Sun lower her guard. And now, everything was ready. With so many brothers and sisters nearby, more than 90 thought plague cultivators would attack the same person together. Qin Xiaomu didn't believe that Lotus Sun could escape. The error-free chapters of the daily life of the Immortal King will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the site, so please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. If you like the daily life of the Immortal King, please collect. The daily life of the Immortal King mobile game bar is updated the fastest. Chapter 17-16. Controlling Lotus Sun was in fact just one part of Baijia's plan. Since setting up Bao Bai Group, he had used the advantage of stealth in the air to control the overall situation, and at the same time developed gene editing to synthesize dragon descendants. Lotus Sun was a key piece in this game of chess, so he had to take her down no matter what. But based on his previous experience of dealing with Wang Ling, Baizhi naturally knew that this man wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Thus, in order to gather enough pieces for this game of chess this time, he was exceptionally cautious with every step he took. In the boundless Milky Way, inside an unknown cloud-shaped celestial body that emitted a milky white light that was as holy as an angel's feather, a faint human silhouette appeared. His beautiful face was covered in a faint layer of moonlight, and his snow-white, crystalline body was otherworldly, like an otherworldly god. At the end of his tail was a slender white dragon tail, which flickered with starlight as it moved. He was like a bright moon surrounded by stars, full of emptiness and peerless elegance. This was Baijia's current appearance. Relying on his obsession, he had become a body of consciousness. Last time, he had imagined himself to be Golden Lamp Monk's junior brother, Yang Shuangji. This time, he had transformed into Moonlight Dragon, one of the 3 leaders of the Dragon clan at the beginning of the Eternal Era, supreme, pure, flawless, holy. All holy words were inadequate to describe his current state. Baizhi never thought that after being humiliated by Wang Ling several times, he could actually reach his current level and become the leader of the Dragon clan at the beginning of the Eternal Era. So he felt like he could do it again. He felt like he was invincible. He felt like he could once again attack Wang Ling, this man who had repeatedly defeated him and pushed him to the bottom of the valley. And this time, he had learned from his previous lessons, and was cautious in everything. As long as he could defeat Wang Ling, or even threaten him, he wouldn't let go of a single one of them. If it's just this Sun girl, I'm afraid she won't be a threat to him. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out next to Baizhi. It was a ball of purple foam that flickered with a strange light. It looked like a bunch of floating grapes, and was the current form of the god of the grave, who had inherited the teachings of the outer gods of the past. Old Mu, I know what you are worried about, Baizhi said calmly. There was an irreconcilable enmity between the dragon race and the outer gods. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to cooperate to this extent. However, Baizhi was not a member of the dragon race, and the tomb god was not originally part of the system of the Great Old Ones. Both of them had used their own methods to obtain the power of the 2 strongest factions in the ancient times, but at the same time, they were victims of the same person. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It was not impossible for the Dragon clan and the outer gods to cooperate. He clearly doesn't like this girl. Even if this girl really dies, it won't affect him at all. Why don't you just destroy a few snack stalls instead, the grave goddess suggested. I have my ways. Baizhi chuckled. His silhouette, which was the color of moonlight, was extraordinary. So this time, I'm not just targeting him. I will capture everyone related to him alive and use them as my chess pieces. I see. However, he was not easy to deal with. The same goes for his sister. This time, I have enough confidence. Baizhi laughed. I can't wait to see him put on that painful mask. Almost at the same time, Jing Zhe and Yan Ruo received the latest order from the corporation. It was a list, and they were required to capture the people on the list alive one by one according to the order on the list. No one could be spared. And on this long list, Jing Zhe's eyes fell on the last name. Yan Ruo licked the ice cream cone, her pink tongue stained with milky white ice cream, making one's imagination run wild. Well, what are you thinking about? Is there anything strange about this person called Wang Nuan's name? Her surname is Wang, the same surname as the person monk Jin Deng mentioned, Jing Zhe said. But there are many people with the surname Wang in the world. I know. Jing Zhe said, but this person is listed at the end of the list, and there is a special note. The organization said that if you feel that you can't beat him, you can just run. There is no need to fight this person head-on. It can be said that this is the most special existence on this list. Yen Ruo laughed out loud. We haven't fully inherited the power of the giant dragon, so it's normal to encounter a situation where we can't beat him. There is really no need to fight for a short time. But I still want to see what kind of person this is. Since he can be such a special existence. Is this person related to the Buddha surnamed Wang that monk Jin Deng mentioned? At this time, Jing Zhe felt puzzled. His memory was not bad, but it had not been long since he fought with Jin Deng that he had forgotten the name he had just heard. He only vaguely remembered that the other's surname was Wang. So Jing Zhe guessed that maybe some kind of power of law and order affected this part of his memory. He could drive the law and make the world forget his existence. It seemed that this person was really extraordinary, otherwise he could not have such a skill. Then let's finish this quickly. After a while, Jing Zhe looked at the long list and took a deep breath. This list seemed to be arranged in order of strength, and the organization's request was to capture them alive as much as possible. As outstanding laborers, he and Yen Ruo would naturally fulfill their mission. After capturing Hero Gua, Little Peanut, Li Yuyue, and the others, Jing Zhe and Yen Ruo stood at the entrance of Super Chen's family's martial arts dojo. Although they had already restrained their auras, when the figures appeared, Super Chen still quickly sensed killing intent. With a somewhat hesitant expression, Super Chen put down the stone block he had been using to train his strength and pushed open the sliding door. He saw a young man in a windbreaker and a little girl in neat clothes standing at the door. It's closed now. You'll have to register for classes tomorrow, said Super Chen. Jing Zhe looked at him expressionlessly. I'm sorry, Hero Chen, no, Mr. Chen, we need you to come with us. As a descendant of the dragon race, they were almost used to calling others hero. This was practically a fixed pattern, and they had never changed it until now. Ah. Take a trip. To where? Super Chen was blank. Looking at Jing Zhe's face, which didn't look like a good person's, he felt apprehensive. Don't tell me you want to take me hostage. We don't seem to have any grudges, why do you want to take me? Jing Zhe and Yen Ruo, Super Chen, wait. Aren't you cultivators from Earth? Are you from another planet? Ever since Earth and Divine Dao Star had opened up cooperation, there had been many cases of aliens pretending to be human cultivators smashing and robbing Earth cultivators. Super Chen had seen similar news, which was why he was apprehensive. Jing Zhe and Yen Ruo were also a little surprised. Super Chen had actually guessed 80 to 90% of his questions correctly. Super Chen, you just called me hero. Don't tell me you're the legendary celestial dragons. However, Jing Zhe had no intention of letting Super Chen continue asking questions. After knocking Super Chen out with a karate chop, Super Chen was directly sucked into his inner world. So many things had been exposed at once, Yen Ruo felt like the ice cream cone in his hand wasn't delicious anymore. What should I do? I really want to kill him, Jing Zhe nodded silently. Me too. Chapter 1717. All along, poverty alleviation in the cultivation world had a long way to go. There were many teachers who volunteered to help the poor, and Old Antique was one of them. Because of the special teleportation array, as long as you obtained a volunteer certificate, you could easily use the teleportation array to travel from one city to another, and then fly a sword to the area you needed help in. Every weekend, Old Antique had the habit of volunteering to teach in remote areas. On this day, he carried a crate of strawberries to the home of a student he was helping. The simple house was teetering in the wind, as if it would collapse at any moment. He knew that there were too many people in this world who were hiding in corners and stubbornly refused to ask for help, but were in desperate need of help. However, it was impossible for him to help them all on his own, so he could only do one thing at a time, and use his actions to influence more people. He only hoped that life wouldn't let down all those who wanted to live. After he was done with everything, Old Antique let out a deep sigh. If possible, he hoped that one day, everyone would have strawberries that they could never finish. After leaving the student's simple house, Old Antique used several building-strengthening talismans to coat the teetering house with a layer of film, and it wasn't until he was done with the repairs that he was ready to leave in a huff. Just as he was about to fly away on his sword, there was a loud rumble in the clear sky, and a silver streak of light hacked down, turning into a ball of lightning that landed precisely in front of him. Old Antique reacted quickly, and almost subconsciously took a step back. As a famous epic-level killer in the world of killers, he was still a treasured sword and had extremely sharp reflexes. As he took a step back, he threw out several silver needles at the student's vitals. He could sense that the other party had ill intentions and was full of killing intent, so he didn't have any misgivings when he made his move. However, before the needles could get close to the person, they stopped in midair. An electromagnetic barrier stopped the flying needles. Old Antique composed himself and stared warily at Yan Xiu. And Jingzi. Who are you? He could tell that these two people weren't ordinary. Are you Wang Zukang? Jingzi said in a cold voice, I need you to come with us. Old Antique frowned. At such a close distance, he actually couldn't sense their breathing, which was already enough to prove how powerful they were. Although they didn't look very old, their combat strength was indeed extraordinary. Regardless of whether he resisted or fled, there would be risks, and he might even bring disaster to the students in the building behind him. He had no idea why the two of them were looking for him, but under such circumstances, he seemed to have no other choice. I can leave with you, but, do not hurt the people in the back room. Jing Zi's face was expressionless, and his voice was cold. Don't worry, he's not on our list. All right. Old Antique nodded. Then, he felt the scene in front of him change, as if he had been swallowed by a force into another space. When he opened his eyes, he was already in a prison cell in the inner world of Pure Swamp. What amazed him even more was that Super Chen, Hero Gua, Little Peanut, Li Yuyue and the others had actually also been captured. Teacher. Why did you come in as well? Seeing that Old Antique had also been brought in, they were all surprised. These two people are very strong. I can't deal with them. If I resist stubbornly, I'm afraid only death awaits me. Old Antique frowned. Why did he bring us all together? Is it to blackmail us? Are we all hostages? Little Peanut asked at that moment. Very likely. Old Antique nodded. He had never seen Pure Swamp before, and he hated it. These two people also didn't remember their sins, but they had been captured and brought here. Thus, the only possibility was that everyone who had been captured and brought here had a common target, and it was very likely that their ultimate goal was to use them as a threat. It was just that until now, Old Antique still hadn't figured out who on earth this target was. After coming to this conclusion, the group of people in the prison cell pondered. This target should be someone from our class. Hero Gua said. That's not right. Since it's someone from your class, why did you capture me? Li Yuyue was very puzzled. Among the people you know in our class, isn't classmate Lotus Sun the closest to you? Little Peanut said. So they captured us to blackmail Rongrong? Li Yuyue guessed. While everyone was puzzled, Super Chen suddenly thought of something at that moment, and he jerked his head up to look at Li Yuyue. Wait, apart from us and classmate Lotus Sun, you should know someone else in our class, right? Also, we just went to Old Street to play together last time. You mean Wang Ling? Li Yuyue was even more incredulous. No way. Classmate Wang Ling, isn't he from a poor family? And he's a harmless mascot, capturing us to blackmail him. What are these robbers thinking? Classmate Wang Ling doesn't have anything to give them. Is it also for crispy noodle snacks? This clearly wasn't the time to joke around, but when Hero Gua heard this, he still couldn't help laughing. Then we're screwed. I'll be honest, if that's really the case, I think Wang Ling will directly give up on us and choose crispy noodle snacks. +1. Little Peanut silently raised his hand in agreement with Hero Gua's answer. In short, everyone keep calm and wait and see what happens. Don't worry, teacher will definitely keep you safe, Old Antique said solemnly. Although it was indeed a little inconceivable at the moment. Based on the current conclusion, it was most likely because of Wang Ling or Lotus Sun that they had been captured here. As Wang Ling's teacher, Old Antique had in fact vaguely sensed that Wang Ling was hiding something all along, but the two people outside just now had astonishing battle strength. It was because he had judged that he couldn't escape that he had chosen not to resist and wait and see what would happen. If the purpose of capturing them was to blackmail Wang Ling into submission, then what was Wang Ling's true strength? This was really a thought-provoking question. After Old Antique was captured, Teacher Pan was quickly caught as well. Not a single person related to Wang Ling had escaped. Jingzi and Loathing. Their methods were neat and tidy. Very quickly, there was only one person left on their list, a special target called Wang Nuan. This is it. Two people appeared at the entrance of the Wang family's small villa in a flash of lightning. Chapter 17-18. The night was dreary and hazy. Faint moonlight enveloped the only building in eastern wilderness, and the tiles on the top floor of the Wang family's small villa reflected a faint white light. To be cautious, Jingzi used his spiritual senses to sense the aura inside the villa and found nothing unusual. This was just an ordinary residence for an ordinary cultivator's family. He didn't quite understand why Wang Nuan on the list had become the target of special treatment. There clearly didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary here. Annoyed? Sitting on a large cement pipe in the abandoned lot in front of the Wang family's small villa, she started to lick a popsicle with a disinterested expression. Brother Jingzi, can you do it alone? She asked. Because it was really too ordinary. Annoyed? She felt that there was no need to make a move. The entrance is there. I'll go alone. Jingzi nodded, then slowly approached and started to knock on the door very politely. In the end, just as he was about to knock with the back of his hand, he suddenly noticed that the eyes of the two gatekeepers in the paintings hanging on the left and right of the door suddenly moved, and they abruptly stared at his face. This was the unparalleled nation night that he had set up earlier to reinforce the fortifications. One of them was holding a cannon, while the other was holding a Gatling gun. This was a combination with quite fierce firepower. But facing this pair of paintings, Jingzi just curled his lips and couldn't help laughing out loud. Interesting, it's actually this kind of defensive measure. He didn't think much of these two paintings, and just felt that this kind of defense was like a child's play, like a fight in which a child kept stepping on the other side's toes. Only a child would be childish enough to step on their toes. Just as he was about to reach out and remove the two paintings, boom. In an instant, a loud explosion rang out, and a basketball-sized cannonball shot out from the painting and hit Jingzi's chest. The huge propelling force almost immediately sent Jingzi flying, and he moved back from where he stood. This power was clearly beyond Jingzi's expectations. Before he could react at all, his feet dug into the ground, creating two deep grooves. Then, in the open space in front of him, a tiny mushroom cloud rose from the ground and there was a huge explosion. At the same time, the old man holding the Gatling gun also opened fire at this moment. Blue sparks splashed out from the painting, and in a short moment, thousands of psionic bullets were fired. These bullets had their own trajectories in the air, twisting and turning, choosing the most suitable angle to surround them from all directions. This was the Gatling gun kata, which could accurately lock onto every vital part of the body, making it impossible for the targeted party to retreat. The Kingdom Knights were matchless, their coordination great, one holding a cannon, the other a spear. Under this kind of coordinated attack, a suppressive firepower was formed in a short period of time, turning the Wang family's small villa into a sea of flames. Is everything settled? After a full 3 minutes, the two of them stopped at the same time and looked at the bright flames in front of them. They had sensed a deep hostility from the cleansing swamp when it had approached, so they had decisively attacked to stop the enemy. They had thought that the intruders had been killed by the intense firepower. Who would have thought that at this moment, there would suddenly be a thunderclap in the sea of flames in front of them, accompanied by a golden bolt of lightning that fell from the sky, extinguishing the sea of flames in an instant. There was a golden flash on the cleansing swamp's body, which was the mark of the lightning jumping on his body like a snake. The densely packed bullets that had been shot out earlier were all suspended around him, blocked by an electromagnetic force, and not a single bullet could get close to him. How is this possible? This time, it was the Kingdom Knight's turn to reveal a calm and elegant expression. They looked at each other in dismay, not daring to believe what they had just seen. This level of attack was more than enough to kill a Tao god. They had not expected the cleansing swamp to be able to block it so easily. Ancestral level, the countenance of the two old men, who were holding guns and cannons, instantly turned deathly pale. Pa! While they were still in a daze, the cleansing swamp had already put on his familiar diamond gloves, aimed at the painting on the door, and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a powerful chaotic force surged out from the painting in an endless stream, causing the unparalleled Kingdom Knight's body to expand to the size of a balloon. Then, bang! Bang! Two sounds rang out in quick succession. Ah! Accompanied by heart-wrenching screams, the two paintings instantly exploded and disappeared completely. It was a very tragic scene. The Kingdom Knight had been completely destroyed by the cleansing swamp's diamond gloves and split open on the spot. They tried to struggle, but it was useless. The equipment Wang Ling had given them was already powerful enough, but unexpectedly, they still couldn't defeat the cleansing swamp. At the same time, the other enchanted artifacts in the Wang family's small villa were also trembling. They could clearly sense how powerful the intruder this time was. At that moment, the two dragon descendants had affected the quiet front of the Wang family's small villa, and the atmosphere was filled with a somber air. Father and Mother Wang's realms were too low, and they didn't have much of an understanding of this overwhelming advantage in power. But when they heard the explosions and strange movements outside the villa, as well as the Kingdom Knight's screams, they started to worry a little. What should we do? The child's father. There seems to be a very powerful guy at the door. Mother Wang gripped Father Wang's sleeve tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Father Wang's throat bobbed, and he swallowed. It's fine. Ling Ling assured us, it should be fine. In fact, even Father Wang himself didn't dare guarantee anything. After all, Wang Ling had been standing guard at the Wang family's small villa before, but now that he had gone out to run some errands, it was inevitable that the couple would feel a little flustered without this great Buddha guarding them. At that moment, 096, who had transformed into a human form, suddenly came over from afar with An Wan on its back. Wang Wan knew that these two dragon descendants seemed to be coming for her, so she was ready to fight. Ya! An Wan said. This time, Lord Ma personally translated for Father and Mother Wang on the side. Spiritual Master Wan says that she wants to join the fight. An Wan. Mother Wang's expression was grave. But she's still so young. From a mother's perspective, Mother Wang subconsciously objected. In the past, it would have been fine if Wang Ling had been by her side to help her, but now there were two powerful enemies here, and one look was enough to tell that they weren't easy to deal with. Wang Wan was still too young. She had only been born a few days ago. A baby girl who wasn't even a month old yet had to fight against two dragon descendants, who weren't cabbages that could be found anywhere. But what Mother and Father Wang never expected was that Wang Wan had a stubborn temper and a strong desire to fight. Without waiting for Father and Mother Wang's consent, the little girl directly tugged 096's rabbit ears and directed 096 to jump out. She directly showed up with a clear target, Jingzai. Sitting on 096's shoulder, her little body stretched out a chubby little fist as 096 sprinted forward. Jingzai immediately laughed. He never thought that Wang Wan, who was on the list, was actually just a baby, and a hot-tempered one at that. As soon as they met, she couldn't wait to jump out and beat him up. Girl, your fist is like cotton, what can it do to me? He curled the corners of his lips and opened his palm at the same time, trying to catch Wang Nuan's punch. Bang! Then, the moment the fist and palm collided, Jing Zai's expression instantly changed. Pooh! He was sent flying on the spot and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his arm couldn't stop spasming in excruciating pain. Jing Zai was so shocked that he couldn't believe that a baby girl could actually be so destructive, and what was even more unbelievable was that his sequence 3 diamond glove had actually cracked open. Chapter 17-19. This was a chaos weapon of a dragon's descendant that had reached the sequence level. It was known as the indestructible diamond, and it was refined from the dragon skeleton that corresponded to the dragon power in his body. However, in front of the girl, it was unable to withstand even a single punch, causing cracks to appear. Something was wrong. Jing Zai was very decisive. He quickly retreated, and the golden lightning dragon behind him spread open. At the same time, countless bolts of lightning fell nearby, trying to quickly pull away from Wang Nuan. However, Wang Nuan's actions were faster than he imagined. As he retreated, he saw the shadow on the ground suddenly erupt, turning into agile tentacles that chased after him at an extremely fast speed. What ability was this? He was shocked. Jing Zai did not expect that the flash produced by his lightning dragon descendant would end up benefiting Wang Nuan. The little girl used her Shadow Dao ability to quickly chase after him, but what she captured was his shadow. An instinctive sense of danger immediately surged in his heart, especially at the moment when his shadow was captured by Wang Nuan. Jing Zai guessed it. Immediately after, he felt his vision turn black, and he was brought into an alternate world. This was Wang Nuan's unique Supreme World, and it was also a Supreme World exclusive to Shadow Dao. Everything in it was no different from Earth, but all the living beings were a mass of black shadows. A world of shadows? Jing Zai was shocked. At the same time, the person who was captured in this world was Yan Xiu, who was behind him. At this moment, Yan Xiu was also shocked. His mouth also gaped open with incredulity as he stared at the scenes unfolding before his eyes. He was so shocked that one of his ice cream balls dropped onto the ground. No one could have imagined that a baby girl who had just been born for less than a month could actually be so tyrannical. This girl is a great Dao Lord? Jing Zai's heart trembled. He felt that the battle situation in front of him had suddenly reversed. Having great Dao abilities was not something terrifying. It was not rare for a person to have multiple great Dao, but if it was a great Dao Lord who created this Dao, then he had to think twice. Yan Xiu. We're leaving. After a brief thought, Jing Zai made a decision. He was very calm. He did not let his emotions get the better of him and insisted on fighting Wang Nuan. As the first dragon to be created, Jing Zai knew very well how heavy the dragon race's lifeline was. If he were to fight Wang Nuan head-on here, it was unknown who would win, but he felt that it would most likely end in a lose-lose situation. Now was the critical moment of the dragon clan's revival, so he calmly believed that there was no need to fight head-on. Although escaping was also a humiliation for the dragon descendants, if they didn't swallow this humiliation now, they might not have another chance in the future. But regarding Jing Zai's decision, he was disgusted. Pouting, she actually didn't want to run away. She also wanted to spar with the baby girl in front of her. No buts, no buts. This is an order from the higher-ups, Jing Zai replied. He didn't want to run away, but he didn't want to admit that he was a coward, so he found this excuse. Originally, in the mission that Bao Bai gave them, Wang Nuan was the most special existence. If the situation was not right, they could choose to retreat. This was Wang Nuan's personal supreme world. If it was anyone else who fell into this place, there was no way they could escape. However, they were dragon descendants. They could use their dragon power to forcefully break open a gap. Heya! Just as they were about to move, Wang Nuan moved even faster than them. The little lass rode on 096, using it as her mode of transportation. It was clearly just a baby's body, but its mobility was astonishing. He was disgusted. Before he could do anything, in the blink of an eye, Wang Nuan's figure had already appeared behind him. That meaty little fist was smashing toward his spine. Jing Zai's expression changed instantly. He could tell that this was not an ordinary blow. At the same time that the fist was unleashed, there was the sound of landslides and tsunamis. The entire shadow world was trembling with the supreme sound of the Great Tao, mixed with the terrifying power of the Great Tao Master. The little fist had not yet arrived, but it had already made Jing Zai feel a life-threatening pressure. The overwhelming wind from the fist slapped his back, causing his dragon descendants to tremble like an umbrella in the wind. His entire dragon skeleton could not stop falling in the direction of the wind from the fist, and he could not even fly. This baby was too terrifying. It had only been less than a month, but she was already this strong. In terms of combat strength, this little girl was much stronger than the monk he had seen before. Moreover, he seriously suspected that the Buddha surnamed Wang that the monk mentioned was very likely related to the little girl in front of him. Why would such an outrageous person appear on earth? Where did it come from? Jing Zai was puzzled. The couple in the villa were clearly just ordinary people. How could they give birth to such a powerful earth cultivator? Could it be? Is it related to the mysterious object in the legends? His mind was filled with boundless reverie, and he suddenly thought of many possible guesses. Although he was afraid, he had to think about it. Because if they wanted to restore the dragon clan to its former glory, the girl in front of him and the Buddha surnamed Wang might become their biggest obstacle. Boom! This punch was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, hitting his spine solidly. Jing Zai spat out a large mouthful of blood, but he did not suffer any serious injuries. At the critical moment, the black umbrella on his back blocked another blow for him. At the same time, as the fist approached, the black umbrella on his back blocked another attack for him. He spat lava from his mouth and instantly formed a powerful lava barrier. However, the moment it was completed, Wang Nuan punched out almost at the same time, directly breaking through the barrier and hitting Jing Zai. Although it still made him vomit blood, at least it had some protective effect. If it wasn't for Black Umbrella and Yan Xiang, Jing Zai suspected that Wang Nuan's spine would have been broken. Yan Xiang, let's go. With a loud shout, he pulled away from Wang Nuan again. At the same time, he opened the black umbrella on his back, and a chaotic vortex formed under his feet. The god-devouring umbrella opened up a tiny opening in this supreme world. It was only the size of a mouse hole. But Jing Zai still went in with Yan Xiang. Without any hesitation, he went in. This time, Wang Nuan didn't give chase. This was her first time fighting with people with the power of the Dragon Clan, and she felt that they would be good combat training targets. But from the fight just now, Wang Nuan could sense that their powers hadn't been fully activated. So she didn't give chase, and instead planned to give them another chance to grow. It would be a pity if she toyed with them until they died. After driving away the two dragon descendants, Wang Nuan left her supreme world. At the same time, she released Odd Jua, Zhou Zi, and Kumiya Ryoko, who had been protecting her supreme world. Odd Jua, Zhou Zi, and Kumiya Ryoko were the only exceptions, and Wang Ling had personally arranged for them to be protected by Wang Nuan. He was mainly worried that these two dragon descendants would cause trouble for them, which could be considered a privilege of Odd Jua's as a disciple. As for Zhou Zi and Kumiya Ryoko, because of their inseparable relationship with Odd Jua, they were also protected. After all, the battle strength of the dragon descendants was astonishing. Apart from Wang Ling and Wang Nuan, no one could deal with them. Thank you, Martial Ant. After being released, Odd Jua hurriedly bowed to Wang Nuan in thanks, and at the same time gave Kumiya Ryoko and Zhou Zi, who were still staring blankly on the side, a meaningful look. Thank you, Spiritual Master Nuan, the two of them bowed, their minds blank at the same time. They had been hiding inside little girl Nwan's body the whole time, and were so shocked that they couldn't speak as they watched her hammer the dragon descendants. "You're usually pretty smart, why didn't you react?" Hearing Zhou Zi and Kumiya Ryoko call spiritual master Wang Nwan, Audra couldn't help but smile. Logically speaking, Kumiya Ryoko was now his girlfriend, so it was only natural that she should be protected. But why was Zhou Zi being protected? It wasn't hard to analyze. Audra thought that Wang Ling had already indirectly acknowledged Zhou Zi as his disciple. "Hurry up and greet Grand Marshal Ant." He stared at the dazed Zhou Zi and smiled at Wang Nwan. From this day onwards, Zhou Zi was also one of them. Chapter 1720. Yeah. In front of the Wang family's small villa, Wang Nwan sighed with emotion as she looked in the direction in which the two dragons had fled. She pinched 096's rabbit ears, and 096 obediently let her do as she pleased. At the same time, Lord Ma, who was the infant language interpreter, swiftly appeared next to Wang Nwan and accurately translated what she said. He said that Wang Nwan had sighed just now because the two dragons were too weak, and there was no point in fighting them. Everyone present trembled when they heard this. If the descendants of the dragon clan were too weak, how could other people live? As expected of my martial aunt. Audra bowed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In some sense, Wang Nwan's rate of growth was even more astonishing than Wang Ling's back then. She grew almost every day, and in stages. Back when she had been born, she had taught the grave god a lesson. In just a few short days, her battle strength had undergone a qualitative leap, and she was even more refined than before. Needless to say, if anyone else found out about this, it would definitely shock the world and even the entire universe. In particular, those ancient people who knew what the ancient dragon clan was would all be so shocked that their jaws would drop. At the height of their power, the dragon clan had been supreme existences that could tear apart outer gods with their bare hands, and were so strong that no words could describe them. Sothoth was ranked second among the outer gods, but if the leader of the dragon clan, the dark devouring dragon, had existed back then, a mere Sothoth wouldn't have been a match for it. Now, these two dragon descendants who had inherited the power of a giant dragon and perfectly inherited the dragon clan's bloodline, powerful existences at the level of the earth ancestor, they had been sent fleeing with one punch from a baby less than half a month old. What a disgrace. As far as I know, the dragon clan is a race with very strong self-esteem. They will definitely take revenge. Martial Ant, be prepared, Audra said as he bowed. Yeah, Wang Nwan replied. Lord Ma translated, she said that it doesn't matter how many come. Also, she's always wanted to taste dragon meat dumplings. As expected of Grand Martial Ant. On the side, Zhou Zi almost knelt down. In the last few days, his worldview had been completely overturned. Before, he had regarded Audra as a hero, but now, he had several more people to worship. Furthermore, he was well aware that these people could only be worshipped as gods, and he would never be able to surpass them. After seeing that Wang Nwan had smoothly finished her fight, Wang Ling, who was inside the sword's spirit space, breathed a slight sigh of relief. The little girl was very strong, and had single-handedly beaten up two dragons until they fled. He was also a little amazed at his little sister's growth. Relieved. The corner of Wang Ying's lips curled up. She couldn't help but laugh. I've already said that you don't have to worry about that girl. That girl will definitely be able to stand up. She's very strong. Now, their top priority was to find the mastermind behind all these plans. The revival of the Dragon Clan was one of the moves in Bao Bai Group's grand plan, and targeting Lotus Sun was also a crucial part of it. Then what would they do after targeting Lotus Sun? What would they do after gaining control of her body? As for this point, it was only a guess. In any case, it was definitely not a good thing. That young lady called Qin Xiaomu seems to be coming over. Lotus Sun tried her best to maintain her composure as she paid close attention to the changes outside. The moment the people of the thought plague gathered in her villa moved in one direction like a zombie army, Lotus Sun immediately knew that their operation had begun. Don't be afraid, Miss Rong. If they want to invade your body, don't resist. In any case, we're here, Death Heavenly Dao said. They were now stalling for time. They were hiding in Lotus Sun's sword spirit space and completely sealing off their auras, mainly because they wanted to extract more information. I won't be afraid. Lotus Sun nodded slightly. She wasn't really afraid, she was just a little nervous, afraid that she wouldn't perform well and cause trouble for Wang Ling. After all, Wang Ling was currently in her sword spirit space. In a sense, he had also entered her body and was following her around. The person she liked had entered her body. Ah! What a terrible line. What kind of nonsense was she thinking? Lotus Sun felt that it had to be because she had been with Sun Yinger for too long that her thoughts had gradually started to change and she had become unclean. Sun Yinger, after sitting quietly in the room for a while, the bedroom door was gently pushed open, and a red ball rolled in at an inopportune time. Following it was Qin Xiaomu, who had accidentally barged into the room while pretending to chase the ball. It had to be said that the people with the thought plague were all great actors. With this kind of acting, it wouldn't be a problem at all for them to win Best Actor and Best Actress awards. But the most awkward acting in the world was when you thought you were acting very realistically, but the truth was that everyone else knew you were just putting on an act. Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come in. The person with the thought plague spoke through Qin Xiaomu's body as he gazed at Lotus Sun's back as she sat alone at the desk. Looking at her defenseless posture, he felt that she had already matured completely. He, stupid woman, give me your body. Then, with a roar in his heart, he stamped his foot and pounced at Lotus Sun's back. Using Qin Xiaomu's body, he moved extremely quickly. The moment he pounced, he separated a ball of light with 3 tentacles from Qin Xiaomu's body and instantly attached it to the back of Lotus Sun's neck. The attack was extremely precise, and his aim was to invade Lotus Sun's body. She never thought that her plan would actually go so smoothly. Logically speaking, this woman who had 9 heavenly Dao magic cubes shouldn't be so weak. Just as he was feeling suspicious, he felt his body begin to fuse with Lotus Sun's, and just when he thought that he was about to gain complete control of Lotus Sun's body, all of a sudden, the world in front of him started to brighten. What's going on? He was clearly stunned. At the same time, he looked at his own body and was stunned to find that he hadn't turned into Lotus Sunday. He was still like a maggot with 3 tentacles on his lower body. Impossible. How could this be? The thought plague clearly didn't dare to believe it. He had clearly attached himself to her body, and according to past experience, he would only need less than 2 seconds to gain complete control of her body. But now, he had actually landed in a strange space. In a world of light, there were many mountains nearby, and in the sky, there were actually 6 suns. He was greatly alarmed. He rubbed his eyes, and soon realized that those weren't suns at all. Those were 6 freaking pairs of eyes. 2 of them were dead fish eyes. He had indeed attached himself to Lotus Sun's body. But just as he was about to invade her, Wang Ling and the other 2, who were lying in ambush in the sword spirit space, had intercepted him. Then, this thought plague person was suppressed in Wang Ling's palm. He was being watched by Wang Ling, Wang Ying and Death Heavenly Dao. Chapter 1721. The thought plague wouldn't think that it would be intercepted before it could even enter Lotus Sun's body. This was clearly a trap, but it was already too late to say anything now. According to the original plan, the 90-odd thought plague on their side would be the first to enter Lotus Sun's body. After confirming that everything was fine, the rest of the thought plague would enter Lotus Sun's body one after another, and ultimately work together to suppress it. But now it knew that it had been tricked. The most outrageous thing was that after learning that it had been intercepted, Lotus Sun immediately opened the window and called out, "Come in, brothers." The thought plague which had invaded Lotus Sun's body first never thought that Lotus Sun would actually be impersonating it. What happened next was like the Calabash brothers saving their grandpa. When the other thought plague lurking in the villa heard Lotus Sun's call, they thought that their plan had succeeded, so they left their bodies and started to enter Lotus Sun's body. Then, one by one, they all landed in Wang Ling's palm. At that moment, under the gazes of Wang Ling, Wang Ying, and Death Heavenly Tao, the thought plague trembled as if they were surrounded by three great Buddhas. "You have a serial number, right?" Wang Ying asked as he looked at the thought plague which had left Qin Xiaomu's body at the very beginning and intended to invade Lotus Sunday. The thought plague snorted and refused to say a word. They had a self-detonation mechanism, which meant that if they couldn't complete their mission, they could end their own lives. Unfortunately, they had been suppressed by Wang Ling as soon as they entered, and their maggot-like bodies couldn't move. "You don't want to talk, right? I have plenty of ways to make you talk." Wang Ying's lips curled into her signature devilish smile. "Your Excellency Wang Ying, what do you want?" Death Heavenly Tao had a bad feeling. "Nothing, I'm suddenly hungry and want to eat something," Wang Ying said as she crossed her arms. Then, Lotus Sun's voice rang out in the sword spirit space, and she asked cooperatively, "President Ying, what do you want to eat?" "I'll get the head maid to prepare it." "Mustard squid, charcoal grilled squid tentacles, green pepper fried squid, braised squid." Wang Ying ordered a series of dishes, all of which were related to squid. Lotus Sun, Wang Ling, and Death Heavenly Tao, everyone knew that the symbol of most of the creatures in the Great Old Ones was the iconic, squid-like tentacles. Even the mind plague was the same. Although it looked no different from a maggot, it still retained a tentacle-like structure at the end. Even after they possessed a person's body, they could find the tentacle imprint in the pupils of the possessed person. Other than ordering a bunch of squid-related dishes, Wang Ying also planned to establish a mental link and build the same mental space with the 97 thought plague patients. The ultimate goal was actually to share the sense of taste. In other words, when Wang Ying was eating the squid dishes, the thought plague would also taste the squid dishes. This method was truly devilish. It could be said that in the true sense of the word, it was not very lethal, but it was extremely insulting. Although the Great Old Ones had nothing to do with the squid, they still had the illusion that they were eating their own people. Are you even human?" The leader of the thought plague cursed. "Sorry, I'm not human to begin with." Wang Ying spread his hands and smiled. He was Wang Ling's shadow to begin with, and in theory indeed wasn't human, so Wang Ying didn't feel anything about this. "How about it? Still not willing to talk? I have other ways." Wang Ying stared at it without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. The thought plague patient could tell that Wang Ying wasn't the type to negotiate. If they didn't do as the other party said, they would definitely be severely punished. Furthermore, the other party's punishment wouldn't be an ordinary one, but a crooked method specially designed to target different groups of people. Letting them taste the taste of squid, this kind of psychological rejection was more painful than directly dying. Thus, the leader of the thought plague patients sighed and finally gave up resisting. "My work number is 003. 003. Wang Ying said, "Speak clearly, what's 003? "There were 6 thought plague patients born from the first batch of mothers, and I'm number 003, replied the thought plague patient with work number 003. Everything was as Wang Ling had guessed earlier. He had already felt that the thought plague patient in Qin Xiaomu's body wasn't ordinary, and now his guess was proven right. "That is to say, do you know where the mother is?" Wang Ying asked. "Yes." 003 replied. "But it's useless even if you can find the mother through me." "What do you mean?" Death Heavenly Tao frowned. 003, the thought plague is a parasitic Great Old Ones with a mother that continuously produces new thought plague patients. But the mother isn't the only one. Even if you find the mother and kill it, the mother can transfer its power in an instant. It can create a new mother. After the original mother is cut off from me, I don't know the location of the newly created mother. Although Wang Ling had long since expected that these thought epidemics, which had appeared out of nowhere, wouldn't be easy to deal with as part of the old ruler's system, this method of transferring the mother's authority was indeed beyond his expectations. That was to say, if they didn't deal with it cleanly this time, it was very likely that the mother would slip through the net, unless the mother could be completely killed so that it wouldn't have a chance to transfer its power. But to 003, this was an impossible task. There are many ways to transfer the mother's power. You can't guard against it at all. 003 said, also, you know that Lord Sothoth is supporting this from behind the scenes. Unless you have a way to eradicate the host who has been invaded by the mother, make him completely disappear from all the world lines and timelines, the thought plague will exist forever. Wang Ling's eyebrows twitched slightly at these words. Because he felt that this method sounded a little familiar. And it sounded even more like revenge. Because this was what he had done to Baizha back then. He had erased all of Baizha's existence from all the world lines. The only thing he hadn't taken into account was that the other party's resentment was so strong and deep that he could actually communicate with the will of the universe and forcibly fill in the gaps. We have our own ways, it's not something you should be concerned about. Death Heavenly Tao snorted. At that moment, 003 suddenly laughed sinisterly. I don't understand. Even if you really have a way to kill the mother in one go, can you really do it? He's currently possessing the body of that scientist called Wang Ming. If you want to uproot us and prevent human cultivators from being enslaved, then you have to completely wipe out this person called Wang Ming. Chapter 1722. Wang Ling knew that everything in front of him had started from Baizha's revenge on him. Back then, Wang Ling had destroyed all the Baizha in the world lines and timelines, completely erasing his existence. The solution he was facing now was shockingly similar to that one. If Wang Ling really wanted to replicate the method of total destruction, then the 1.7 million or so death substitute talismans he had might not be enough. World lines and timelines were massive. As an independent individual, each person was allocated tens of millions to hundreds of millions of parallel spaces. In the course of a person's normal life, whenever they were conflicted about something or ran into a problem that was difficult to decide on, they would split into a new world line and timeline. Over time, these split world lines and timelines would accumulate over time, increasing in number. It could be said that 1 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Let's use an analogy. Today, when an author was conflicted about whether to update his novel with 2,000 words or 20,000 words, this author had already split into a new world line and had an additional parallel space of himself. Then, this split author would think and make a choice as he grew up, and thus split again, so according to this theory, the most terrifying people were those with dysphoria. Because they had too many choices, when it was difficult to choose, they would split into countless individuals all at once. In the end, one person might have as many as hundreds of millions or even billions of parallel spaces. The number of parallel spaces that Wang Ming possessed was perhaps even more than that. The brain deduction technique allowed Wang Ming to frequently explore all kinds of choices, and after his brain's calculations, he would ultimately come up with the best choice. This process in fact also exacerbated the splitting of parallel spaces. Thus, if Wang Ling was to be completely erased from this universe, he would have to destroy the parent parasite in his body, and then resurrect the Wang Ming in all the parallel spaces. Wang Ling estimated that he would need to prepare at least 10 billion death substitute talismans. However, even if he worked overtime to produce this number of death substitute talismans, it might still be difficult to achieve in a short time. So, what on earth should he do? But now, in order to ensure that the thought plague could be completely destroyed, this seemed to be the only way. This is a losing battle that is destined to fail. There's no way you can defeat Lord Sothoth and Mr. Bai. At that moment, number 003 suddenly let out a mocking laugh. Humans are creatures with complicated emotions. If you can't get rid of them, you'll never be able to become stronger. Emotions? These words enlightened Wang Ling. He had originally thought that he was an emotionless creature. All along, he had never shown too much emotion on any matter. But now, just now, he was actually thinking about whether there was an alternative solution. So, was he also a person with emotions? In the sword spirit space, Wang Ling looked a little absent-minded as he sat down cross-legged and quietly stared at the suppressed thought plague in his palm. Wang Ling, what's wrong with him? Lotus Sun could see his bewilderment. According to her notes in her little notebook, when Wang Ling stared at something in a daze, it usually meant that he was perplexed about something, just like how he often struggled with what his average score should be during exams. It's nothing. It's just a normal fantasy of a Chinibu. Wang Ying sighed. We don't have enough death substitution talismans now. If we completely erase Brother Ming, we might be able to eliminate the risk of being spread by the thought plague. But Mr. Ming will also cease to exist. Is there no other way? Lotus Sun asked. We can only wait and see. If Mr. Ming has the ability to regain control of his body, it won't be so troublesome. Wang Ying said, but his opponent is the Heartless Ancestor, an ancient powerhouse who relies on his brain for a living. Even if he's injured, it won't be easy for Mr. Ming to contend with him. Death Heavenly Dao frowned. But we can't drag this out any longer. We're now racing against time. The longer we drag it out, the wider the thought plague will spread. There's always a way. Wang Ying spread her hands and said helplessly, if there's really no other way, we'll have to trouble Mr. Ming. Even if we can't save all the Mr. Ming in the parallel spaces, at the very least, we'll be able to save a small number of them. In the depths of the spirit space was a sea ravaged by a storm. Startling waves crashed against an ancient ghost ship as it bobbed up and down. It had already completely lost its course, and was drifting along in this sea full of murderous intent and storms. As the cabin shook continuously, Wang Ming gradually regained consciousness. Damn it! He rubbed his head, feeling a headache coming on. Then, he violently lost his balance and fell onto the wooden wall of the cabin. The torrential rain poured down and poured into his body, drenching all his clothes. Wang Ming knew that he no longer had control of his body. At the same time, he hadn't expected the virus that the Heartless Ancestor and the Thought Plague had planted in him would actually be so tyrannical. He grabbed the mast and wandered around on the choppy sea for who knew how long, until the wind finally calmed down. I have to think of a way to regain control, Wang Ming muttered soundlessly. He hadn't given up thinking yet. The last time he had been trapped in the spirit space was on the journey to Beast King's remains. He and Ghost Head Blade had fallen into the spirit space together, and then he had relied on the scrap floating on the surface of the spirit sea to piece together a mecha armor to suppress Ghost Head Blade and successfully escape. Wang Ming was already very familiar with the operation of escaping. But it was clear that escaping this time would be more difficult than the last time. The storm dissipated, and the sea was filled with fog, making it impossible to see in which direction to go. Wang Ming clearly knew that the ghost ship he was in now wasn't the original ship in his spirit space. Everyone's spirit space had a sea like this, and the person who controlled the spirit space played the role of the captain. Wang Ming's original ship was a giant aircraft carrier the size of 50 aircraft carriers. But now, he had clearly been exiled. The giant aircraft carrier had changed owners, and the Heartless Ancestor had become its new helmsman. At that moment, Wang Ming grit his teeth and started to search for the cockpit in this ghost ship. He planned to rely on his own strength to return to the original giant aircraft carrier. The moment he opened the cockpit door, a slightly disheveled figure suddenly staggered out and threw himself into Wang Ming's arms. It's you. Wang Ming never thought that he would actually run into Shou Chong here. It seemed. They had been exiled together. The error-free chapter of the daily life of the Immortal King will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the site, so please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. If you like the Daily Life of the Immortal King, please collect. The Daily Life of the Immortal King mobile game bar is the fastest to update. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.